Just a second. Okay. I think the recording has started. For those of you online, can you just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I think, the recording is going, yeah.
Okay, I'm calling our Volunteer Tennessee Commission meeting on July 19th to order. And I want to welcome everyone to our quarterly commission meeting. Just briefly looking at the agenda, let you know we're going to focus on doing some report outs for committees. We're not going to do breakout groups today because we want to focus on our bylaws and our ad hoc work on the executive order. So that's mostly our focus today. So just give us some brief updates, but I also want to have some report outs on the site visits, which we've had an amazing response to those. And we appreciate everybody who was able to make that happen, but I want to hear how those went as well. So we have time for that. We are our United Way folks here. Wanted to have them have a little introduction.
Yeah, they should be on the ready.
I'm gonna do introductions.
Oh, yeah, here's Jane.
Okay. All right, this is Jan Seymour.
Yeah.
And we have Sonia Johnson coming, and we appreciate you having us here today. And just briefly share what United Way's work is, your work scope here.
So a lot of you may already know and may not know. Hands On Nashville has been supported by Volunteer Tennessee for a very long time. I think we've had AmeriCorps programs of one kind or another for 10, 15 years, maybe a little bit longer than that. We've also been supported through the Volunteer Generation Fund and the Volunteer Center Grant over time. And at the beginning of the year, we had a really great opportunity to become part of United Way of Greater Nashville. And so that's really exciting for us. We have a corporate volunteer engagement program that really aligns with the work that United Way is doing. The businesses that they work with want to volunteer. We know how to do that. We know how to get them engaged, get all the supplies ordered, get those projects like really up and running and going. We just worked with United Way team on their Stuff the Bus on Tuesday and packed 15,000 backpacks.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing that's really exciting to me. United Way has grown to serve 9 counties over the past 3 or 4 years. And so this gives Hands-On an opportunity to really do our work, not just here in Nashville, but also to have relationships in Clarksville, have relationships in Robertson County, have relationships in Williamson County, where we can start to grow volunteer programs. We see that a lot in these rural counties. People really do struggle they have very small organizations with very big hearts, right? They need a lot of volunteers, but they may not have a volunteer manager. They may not have that software that can go through and email volunteers for them and really record what they're doing. And so that's just a really great way that we can impact more communities. So that's exciting. I definitely should talk about our AmeriCorps program. We will have 25 college age young adults. That's really our group this fall, who will be serving as community engagement and volunteer leaders at nonprofits. So a lot of these small organizations maybe have 2 or 3 people. My friends at Piccolo Farms the other day said, well, I would love to get all of these volunteers who are emailing me to come out here, but I'm busy feeding the animals and taking care of them and going to vet appointments. And how do I get all of that done? So we're working on them for next year. But that's the kind of need that our AmeriCorps members are filling, is you need to reach more people, but you're a small staff. You don't have that outreach team. You don't have those folks to answer those emails or kind of like develop your volunteer program a little bit. So that's what our members are doing. They are half-time members, so they spend about 900 hours in service across a calendar year. And we're just really excited. Last year was our first year with this program, and I think recruitment was slow for all of AmeriCorps, but we are excited because we think we are going to hit all 25 this year. It's also been really good for retention to have half-time members. It's really hard to live on an AmeriCorps living allowance in Nashville. So by going to halftime, as Patricia can attest, she is an alumni of our AmeriCorps program. By going to a halftime program, we're able to really engage people with our nonprofits and do that great work. But also have members that have other supports, right? They have housing, they have food, they have all of that taken care of through school. So by then engaging them, they're actually growing their skills, having that like work experience that maybe they can't do unpaid internship experience, but AmeriCorps gives them that living allowance, gives them that education award, and allows them to serving as some professional skills. So I just wanted to leave you with 3 statistics from our Volunteer Generation Fund grant over this past year. We served 108 organizations through Volunteer Generation Fund and had more than 7,000 volunteers be part of that. So that was really exciting for us. But what was really great was we got outcomes from this grant, not just like the number of hours, the number of volunteers, but we learned from our partners how volunteers are impacting them. So 97% said that volunteers help them provide more services or better services without increasing their budget. 93% said that volunteers help them achieve more of their program's intended outcomes. And 89% said that volunteers do these simple or repetitive tasks so that paid staff can get out there and do what they're doing professionally. If you're a social worker, but you're answering the phone because you don't have somebody to answer the phone, your skills aren't being used really well. So you can have that volunteer answering the phone, doing those things, stocking the food pantry, so that the professional staff can get more work done and get bigger stuff done. So thank you for your support of all of those efforts. We're really excited about it, and I'm going to turn it over to Sonia Johnson. Thank you.
So I'm Sonia Johnson, Senior Manager of Education Initiatives here at United Way. I'm gonna do a quick commercial right quick. Thank you so much for using this facility. We know you have many choices. And we want to make sure that a lot of people in the community realize that this room is free to use and here for the community. So thank you for utilizing this space. I've had the pleasure of being a part of Volunteer Tennessee grant program since 2015. We took a break. Of course, COVID did. And so now we're back and we're in a different capacity. So I'll tell you a little bit about our program. I only printed a few of these. It's only like 10.
Sonia, I'm happy to send as follow-up to the meeting. If there's anything you want me to send out to everyone, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you may have to share, because I only printed out 10. I wasn't sure if we were going to put it on the slide or not, but I just wanted to give you a recap what we're doing now. So our program is the Raise Your Hand Tutoring Program. We do academic intervention on site with school districts free of charge. We provide teacher stipends, snack materials, as well as transportation home. Of course, that is all grant funded. Volunteers are a big part of what we do. As I said, we do pay for the teachers to stay, but I don't know if you all were aware, I'm just going to say in one district, I'm not going to name the name, but there were 405 students who were on that pathway. And that's a lot. We have to keep our ratios down 1 to 3. So 1 teacher for every 3 students. There's not that many teachers who's willing to stay after school or before school or give up their planning time in the middle of the day to tutor, even though it's needed. So we rely heavily on those volunteers. And that's where a big piece of your grant came in, because we were able to put those volunteers to work, pair them up with teachers in the classroom, helping to get those students' results up. So this grant that we have this year is the Youth Civic Engagement Grant. we're focusing on Cheatham County and Robertson County, which is new. We're gonna backtrack just really quick. We originally started with Williamson County. 12 years ago, that was the only district. Because of the 10 All-Course program and the Tennessee having the largest initiative on tutoring, we've now expanded to 6 districts. So Robertson County and Cheatham County were new, and they have multiple grants. So they said, hey, can we start off slow? So on this slide out, you'll see that it's just the one school we started out with. In the fall, we're gonna be at 8 schools. So that's a big jump. We did one. We had 34 volunteers who signed up, high school students who signed up. I actually was out at Robertson County yesterday speaking to the counselors to get more speakers involved. Transportation is an issue. I don't know, is anyone here from the Robertson County area? It's very close-knit community, but then there's a lot of rural in there in between some of the schools. And so transportation for our students were an issue. We were able to work it out because they are a small district. They're gonna actually provide transportation for the high school students to go to the elementary schools. So we piloted with 2 students this year. Again, we had to get the parents buy-in because they do clusters. And with that, sometimes some high school students may ride with some of the elementary school students, so we had to make sure everybody was okay and, and then, so this year, looking forward to the fall, we'll be in 5 schools. So you'll see though, the impact of what this grant has done. Our literacy rates, we look at 50%. If we lose 50% or higher, the students have increased their literacy skills than we've rates, and we see that we're in the 7% That still leaves room for growth. We prefer that 80 to 85%, but this was a new school. So this year, we're so excited to go back. So I can't say thank you enough for the support of this grant. We're really excited to get those youth working because they don't have really that many opportunities for the high school students in Robertson County. So they were super excited, and that's all credit to you guys. So we've tied it back in and was like, hey, that's a volunteer team. That didn't work. So thank you guys again for being here. I'm sure everybody's aware where the bathrooms are, in the kitchen. So I hope you have a wonderful afternoon.
Well, we want to thank you for hosting us and thank you for there. We're going to start with introductions. Why don't we start with who's in the room and then we'll go to our remote folks. Ellen, let's start with you. Just a brief, we have a couple of new members, so Jonah.
Good morning, Don Sowers. I'm the manager of Disaster Volunteer Services, and I'm also the acting Tennessee State CERT, or Community Emergency Response Team Coordinator for Volunteer Tennessee. We assist all the EMAs in 95 counties to train their communities in emergency preparedness.
Good morning, I'm Jessica Youngbloom, and I serve in the role of Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Jarvis. I serve as Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Finance and Administration.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisette Lopez. It's my first time here. I'm new. I'm really excited to be here, so thank you. I work with Keller Williams as a realtor in Murfreesboro and with Men of Valor, which is a Christian prison ministry with the men. They do their SNAP benefits. So thank you very much.
I'm the compliance director at Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Amy Gilliland, and I serve as the Assistant Director of Community Engagement at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and then serve as Secretary for the Volunteer Commission. So I'll be taking notes all day. I'm not doing other work. I'm taking notes.
Hi, y'all. I'm Jason Scott. I'm the Director of AmeriCorps People Experience with the Knox County Community Action Committee. I'm also the Treasurer.
And chair of, if you're chair of a committee, as mentioned.
Chair of the Board Development
Yes.
Committee.
Member of Friends to Volunteer Tennessee.
I'm trying to do the president.
Load up.
Good morning, I'm Captain Anita Ponsby. I'm the Deputy Director for the Joint Family Programs. I'm filling in for Colonel Rigdon. I apologize, he's way funnier than I am, but.
I'm Hope Alexander, Communications and Outreach Manager for Volunteer Tennessee.
I'm Terry Silver, newly retired.
Okay, we're gonna put you to work.
Chair of the Communications Committee and Vice Chair.
Nathan Farner, Coordinator for Leadership and Civic Engagement at East Tennessee State University.
Kim Carpenter Drake, Director of Middle Tennessee Donors Board.
Tricia Paladin, Executive Director, National Volunteer Sport. I don't know what to say.
Y'all, Latifa Fields. I work with all of our programs in the Airport Media Volunteer Center, volunteer staff.
David Ford, University of the South Community Development Director, soon to be retired.
Stephanie Davis, college student at Mississippi State, and also the treasurer for Friends and Volunteers.
Eileen Wallem. I've been on the board for 12 years. I'm a member of the grants committee, and I'll be filling in for Michael today, who is the chair of the grants committee. I'm also the chair of Friends of Volunteers.
And I'm Betty White. I am retired. I have been retired now for a few years. I was service learning director, administrator, principal, and was high school, middle school, so educator, and am the chair of the Foundations of Service.
Hi, I'm Nancy Shalene. I am the representative for the Department of Environment and Conservation, where I am the Friends and Volunteer Program Manager with Tennessee State Parks. I also co-chair the Strategic Partnership Committee with Andrea, who I don't know if she's on virtually or not.
She can't be here.
She can't be here. I'm sorry.
And, let's go back.
Oh, there.
I'm Candace Taylor. I am the, I forgot my title, Training and Special Events Manager at the Volunteer Center.
Jim Snell, Jim Snell, volunteer Tennessee staff.
Amy Walter, Chair of the Commission, and I'm also Director of Volunteer Community Engagement at Chico.
Hi, my name is Nestor Reyes. I'm here proxy for this Deputy Commissioner Wayne Scott for Workforce Service Department. DOI. Thank you.
Do you want to call people in order? Or?
I can't see.
Oh, okay. You want me to?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Jim, because you can see them. And
Yeah, sure. So for the folks online, I'm going to just call people's name out just in order that it shows up on the meeting. So if you'll just come off mute and then introduce yourself and then go back on mute. Start with Rebecca Henderson.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
We can, yeah.
Perfect. I am Rebecca Henderson from Johnson City, Tennessee. I am sometimes called a community volunteer, which to me is a great honor and a great privilege. But in my paid profession, I do freelance editing and a lot of writing.
For the folks in the room, I'm just going to move this over so that folks, sorry, try to make it so that, well, it's gonna be too much trouble for me to figure this out. So, we'll just leave it like it is. Okay. So, Amy Legrone.
Good morning. My name is Amy Legrone. I am serving as representative for the Tennessee Department of Education, where I serve as the Senior Director of Engagement.
Okay. Anthony Bennett.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Anthony Bennett. I'm the new Systems and Process Manager here at Volunteer Tennessee. It's great to be here for my first board meeting, even if it's virtual. I'm really looking forward to working with all of you to advance our mission and keep Volunteer Tennessee a good pillar of our community.
Okay. Candace is already in the room. Destiny Brown.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Destiny Brown. I am an at-large member, but my job title is a senior management consultant for the state of Tennessee.
Greg Lyles.
Yes, I'm Greg Lyles from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and I am retired administrator from the Murfreesboro City Schools. I've been on the board for about 3 or 4 terms, and I am a member of the Foundations of Service Committee.
Kristen Edmondson. Kristen, are you on?
Kristen might be a guest. I'm not familiar with that name, so.
Okay. Kane Reeves?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Kane Reeves, Extension Agent and County Director for Tennessee State University. I work with 4-H Youth Development and Community Economic Development in the area.
Suzanne Carr?
Yeah, hi, Suzanne Carr. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor at the Department of Human Services, and I'm here as Commissioner Carter's designee.
Terry Frank?
Hi, Terry Frank. I'm County Mayor in Anderson County, Tennessee.
Tracy Vandeveen?
Hi, I'm Tracy Vandevade. I'm from Knoxville. I work for the Knox County CAC office, and I'm the Grandparents Experience Program Manager. And I have been on the board for a number of terms.
Came up from you.
Kristen, would you like to introduce yourself? So we didn't hear you a minute ago.
Good morning. Yes, I would. My apologies. I could not find the button to unmute my mic. My name is Kristen Edmondson, and I am with Employment Opportunities. It is a staffing agency here, but we do other work inside of the community. And I am here just to hear more about what all takes place here and how we can be more a part of what happens in Tennessee.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. All right. Eileen Wallum, I'm going to call on you here to give us a report for Friends of Volunteer Tennessee.
Okay. Thank you. Well, the big exciting thing that's happened with Friends of Volunteer Tennessee since our last board meeting is that our license plate was approved by the state legislature. And we were, with the help of a bunch of our friends members, we were able to set up a storefront on Shopify. And we've begun collecting pre-orders for the license plate. And as of today, our treasurer has informed me that we have 75 orders. So far.
Yes.
Now we need to get to 1,000 by June 30th of 2025. So it's almost a year. And so we have to, meet or exceed that number in order for the state to actually print the license plate. So we're encouraging you. There's been some social media going out about it, and I'm sure there will be plenty more. Jason's done a great job out in Knoxville with the Paris, who's the artist who designed the license plate. They've been doing a bunch of promotions. They did a TV spot in Knoxville and an article in the newspaper in Knoxville as well. And I think that information's probably made its way to the board, but we will keep sending.
And Hope posted the link in the chat for people to go. You can just click that link and you can go directly to the order page.
Right, and $37 is what you need to put down for the pre-order. So if you haven't seen the license plate, please take a look. It's really cool.
It is.
Much lovelier than other license plates that I've seen.
I don't know if I can make it bigger than that, but that's.
Yeah, that is very good.
Yeah.
I like that.
You can be biased sometimes.
So we are very excited about that, and it was great accomplishment for us. Thank you to everybody who worked on it. The other thing that is kind of a big deal is that Volunteer Tennessee has applied for a grant through America's Service Commissions. It's an emergency fund grant, and this was something that we had been thinking about even prior to this grant being available. And so we received the grant, and the grant is a matching grant. Unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of dollars to put towards it, but we had some. So we are putting in $1,500 from the Friends of Volunteer Tennessee bank account. That will be matched with another $1,500 to provide emergency funding grants to AmeriCorps members. And there is an organization called Scholar Fund that manages the website to pay that money out and handles the whole process. And the matching funds are only good for AmeriCorps members between the ages of 17 and 24. And so we've put in another $500 that does not have matching funds for AmeriCorps members that are older than that. So any donations that you guys were to make to Friends of Volunteer Tennessee, you can designate that you would like your funds to go towards the emergency fund. We hope to keep it going after the 1 year pilot project. So that is exciting. And the third thing is that we've been helping some folks who are supporting volunteer managers in Tennessee by providing scholarship for the certification exam. And so Friends of Volunteer Tennessee, since we have the mechanism and the bank account and a treasurer, people who are interested in donating to that scholarship fund can donate through our Network for Good with the designation for the scholarship fund. And then twice a year, the folks who are actually running this scholarship will ask us how much money there is, and they'll decide, who of their applicants will get the money. So, so we've got 3 big projects going, and we're pretty excited about it all. So
Eileen, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Do you know what percentage of board members have contributed? Because we're trying to get to 100%, y'all. Do we still have that $30 match thing?
Right,
Okay.
yeah, I think so.
Can you mention that briefly?
Stephanie can pull up that information and let us know. It's not as high as I would like to see. So yeah, if you haven't donated any, like any amount, $5, you can do a monthly recurring donation, so you don't have to think about it, $5 a month. Anything is, appreciated, and we've got some great projects going.
And then we have that $30 match, $30.
Yeah, for the rest of the year, right? For the rest of the calendar.
That's pretty awesome. Think about it.
Where do we do that? Where would I?
I'll send the link as follow-up so that you all have it. For those of you online, Hope has posted the donation link to Friends of Volunteer Tennessee in the chat.
Okay.
But for those in the room, I'll include it in the follow-up email that I send out for this meeting. So you'll have the license plate link and the Friends donation link in that follow-up. Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, we're quite excited about the work that Friends is doing.
Thank you, Eileen, and your team. Appreciate it big time. All right, I'm going to call on Jim Snell to give our director's report.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. For the folks online, I'm just sharing the agenda right now. That's really all we've been sharing so far in the room. Not very exciting, but just so that you know, sharing that, you should be able to see that. So just a couple really quick things. One, welcome to Anthony. He introduced himself when we were doing the introductions. We're very happy to have Anthony as our newest staff member. He's our systems and process manager. He's wrapping up school out in East Tennessee at Tusculum University. Am I getting that right, Anthony? Yeah. So he's finishing up his PhD there. And then he's eventually going to move kind of potentially in the Middle Tennessee area. He hasn't figured that part out yet. But we're really super happy to have him on board. Just a quick note, we have partnered with the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security. They have gotten a big grant and they're sharing part of that grant with Volunteer Tennessee, specifically to support community emergency response teams, or CERT for short. And so what's the amount, Don?
$200,000.
$200,000. So we will be able to use that money to purchase supplies for CERT teams across the state. And then Volunteer Tennessee will get reimbursed for those expenses through that grant from Homeland Security. The other thing is that Don was able to secure $1 million in-kind donation, and the stuff stacked on the table. Sorry, people in the room are in the virtual room, but people in the physical room, grab anything or everything off of that table that you want as you're leaving, because that's part of some of the donations that Don was able to get. So take that stuff with you when you leave. The final thing is, for those of you in the room, and as part of the follow-up, I'll send those of you virtually the postcard, but you should have a postcard. Amy, can I borrow yours just for a second? You should have a postcard that was very simple. One side is blank. The other side has some stats about Volunteer Tennessee and our logos. It may not make a whole lot of sense, but if you'll leave the blank side for the address, just leave that blank. On the other side, I'd like to ask you all to do just a really short note, and I'll leave this up while we do the site visit reports, so that you can write just a quick thank you to your representative. And there's not a whole lot of room, so you'll have to be careful in your writing, but there's not a whole lot there. So if you'll just put their name, dear so-and-so, thank you for this. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You can read it. And then just pick one of these little things that are have the star by them. Don't put all of them because there's not enough room, but just pick one that you think might resonate with your representative. And this is just our ongoing effort to make sure that we thank our congressional delegation, and then later we'll do our General Assembly, but just to thank them for supporting the work that Volunteer Tennessee does and national service and AmeriCorps and that kind of thing. So again, just write that in the little small space on the side with the logos, and then don't worry about filling out the address. We'll look up the address, put that on there, put the stamp on it, and send it off for you. So just worry about the part with that has the print on. And I think we maybe have a few extras of those. If anybody is feeling really ambitious and wants to write one to one of our senators as well, you can feel free to do that. And I'm not sure where the extras are, but we can. Well, sorry. We don't have extras, so do your card. Yes. It's in the.
I don't have those. Yes.
It's in your.
It's in that, yeah. Okay, thank you. We're gonna get a few report outs from site visits today. Let's start with Jessica and Greg. Just give us your experience there, what you saw, and anything you'd like to share about your site visit. And name the place that you went.
I'll start. I'm out of town, so I don't have my notes with me. But we visited the Martha O'Brien Center in East Nashville on June 20th. It's an awesome program. They are doing a lot of good work in the community and reaching a lot of families and children in their program. They have a new AmeriCorps director, I believe it was, and so she has it appears that she's jumped in and feet on the ground and doing an awesome job. So I'm sure Jessica has more details from the notes, the summary that we turned in.
Yeah, so we got to meet with several of their members, a couple of which are working in the high schools to provide different things, as they look forward to what their future plans may be like, graduation, things of that sort. We also met with an individual who's a first-year member who's actually a retiree, and he's doing the classes for the high sets. And so it was really cool to see a different perspective, because I feel like when I think of AmeriCorps members, I think of the young folk coming out of school and things of that sort. And to have someone, with a lot of knowledge and experience also giving back in those roles, I think it provided a different perspective. I also thought it was really interesting how much AmeriCorps is just embedded in their organization. It's just part of kind of who they are. And I think that just shows how they're able to exceed kind of expectations when it comes to their programs. The other thing I thought was very interesting was the director that Greg mentioned. She brings all of the members together. So the Vistas, the AmeriCorps members, and they do like monthly get-togethers. And so it really helps keep morale and things of that sort up. So I was very impressed. Living in the Nashville area, I've worked alongside Marshall, but have never been physically there. And so to go there and see it and see the work that they're doing was very inspiring.
Thank you, thank you. Eileen and Destiny?
Yeah, Destiny and I visited Hands on Nashville. And actually, Jan told you in her introduction a lot of what I was going to tell you. But I particularly was really pleased to see that their new idea for recruitment and retention was to target local college and university students as halftime AmeriCorps members. And they had that in play for 1 year. They're going into their second year, and apparently it's been quite successful and has helped them quite a bit. So we were really pleased to see that. We met one AmeriCorps member who works with I can't remember the exact name of the nonprofit, but it's a nonprofit that distributes diapers. Yeah, National Diaper Connection, yeah. And so she was super excited and proud of the work that she's been doing with them. And so as Jan explained, in this program at Hands on Nashville, they place their AmeriCorps members in small nonprofits that don't have the capacity to set up volunteer programs, and so they've been accomplishing a lot in those nonprofits. So it was a good visit.
Thank you, Eileen.
Very supportive.
Destiny, would you like to share?
Thanks for the opportunity. I believe Eileen covered everything, or Jan did in her introduction, her presentation.
Stephanie, you and I went to see South Cumberland Plateau. If you want to share your experience there.
It was very neat. I like the where they were handing out the bags and stuff to the people that needed them, and they had one section where they had one guy. He was putting all the bags together with food and stuff, but it was just a really neat experience. And also, what really interested me was one person, Ashley. She does it all. There's Kate. She does really neat program.
Well, I was blown away at the expanse of that program in particular. I mean, I think they have 16, correct me if I'm wrong, sites. You all were a great host to us They have a giant wall of planning that is overwhelming, and the sites are far apart. They have some challenges in that rural community, with the distance, transportation, availability of broadband, food deserts, all over the map. They cover a lot of, like, a clinic, libraries, literacy program. I mean, it's amazing what they accomplish. And like I mentioned, the sites are really far apart. So to be able to service that on a daily or weekly basis is unbelievable that they make it work. And, you know, she has a real focus, the director, Ashley, too, on taking care of her AmeriCorps, she's leveraged a lot of relationships locally to provide little special things and experiences for AmeriCorps, because it is a bit of a struggle. And they have a housing, you know, not in addition to the funds that are available to AmeriCorps, there's a housing problem there for them. Extreme lack of housing options. So that is a real challenge for them getting and keeping AmeriCorps in terms of retention. So I don't know, since you're here, would you like to share a little something?
Well, everything that you said is absolutely correct. We have 3 counties, Franklin, Berrien, and Grundy, and the span is 40 miles across Grundy itself and the other 2 counties. And we do a large summer meal program in the summer, bring in a lot of AmeriCorps to operate that. Our program is the only program that would be able to administer a summer meal program of that capacity and serve. We just did our numbers for June, and we hit 40,000 meals for June. And we're increasing, we increased to add breakfast, and we're actually increasing more in this final week for the number of meals that we'll get out to folks. But in addition to meals, are what we call them, because I think it's a carryover from Vista, we call them full year or full time people, but there are all kinds of different configurations, as you know, with AmeriCorps. We now have more students involved with AmeriCorps because they can do the minimum time, or they can do quarter time or half time positions. And so they're working with affordable housing, a new housing hub that's been created for that, substance misuse prevention and treatment, reentry programs in the jail, music programs at the schools, because we have no art and music programs. So our AmeriCorps are providing that service. And then, of course, tutoring and the meals and just other types of support across that span. And Grundy County particularly depends on the nonprofit organizations to get services out to people. It's one of the, just a few years ago, was listed as one of the 100 hardest places to live in the US. And so that is not true anymore. And it's because of this service program and the one that preceded it with this stuff. Thank you.
How many AmeriCorps members do you have?
Oh, well, right now we have about 18, 19. And now, of course, Ashley's recruiting for fall.
Yeah.
So,
Marvelous. And Tricia and Kim Carpenter Drake, if you would like to share your visit.
Ours was a virtual visit with Teach for America for the Nashville and Chattanooga service area. I think they did a great job of who they included in a call, considering that we were losing the dynamics of being able to interact with them in person. So we talked to people who are currently in the program. We talked veteran of the program, who was very outspoken about her experience and had also been involved with them in the staff capacity, and then of course the staff leadership as well. I think the biggest thing that I took away from it was not only is it serving an obviously essential role in encouraging people to go into the teaching profession in a variety of different ways and making it possible, but the piece about them serving in most at-risk schools being the ones that have the greatest recruitment and retention problem. One of the things that being a Teach for America fellow brings with it is this sense of community with the other members of the program that provide a backbone of support inside the classroom and inside the school. And I hadn't really thought about it that way. I thought about it as a much more transactional placement thing. But one of the things I learned was that the schools in highest need, there's an entire cohort of people who over time, either concurrently or overlapping each other who were teaching in those schools. And so our ability to help them support the work that they do has a multiplier effect in terms of how it affects once that person is placed out of the community. I also did not realize until hearing from them how strategic the placement is in the schools that have the greatest need and in the disciplines that have the greatest need, most of that being obviously in the sciences and STEM work. So I think they are a great and extremely thankful partner and highly aware of how the dynamic is crucial to what they do. So it was a great visit. I enjoyed learning.
It was interesting for me when I first actually became a AmeriCorps member. People are going to get AmeriCorps confused for Teach for America. So oftentimes when I would say that, they're like, wait, that Teach for America? No. So I had brought that up, but then I think what got me the most was just hearing the passion from the should AmeriCorps member? Okay, yeah. For what she does. Because to me, like I've been in the classroom in such a way of when you have teachers that don't actually want to support the kids, and it's the saddest thing because then this is why you're having these issues. Because then you have the kids that end up with the low scores and all of that stuff. And so to have that is such a crucial thing. And then my mind always goes to like, okay, how are you promoting in a way? Like, what are you doing for the fact that I don't know how many people have heard of Teach for America? Because most of the time when I'm even talking about AmeriCorps, a lot of people haven't heard about that. And so oftentimes I'll say it's kind of like the Peace Corps, but for the US. And so that's when people are like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And so it's kind of, I think my question is that when it came down to it, if there was a way for them to promote Teach for America in a more expanded way, depending on what they're doing, whether it's going to colleges, wherever, but to do something to show this is where the need is, because I think there's a lot of people who don't realize, unless you're actually working in a school system as a para or anybody else, you don't realize the need. You know, you think you do, but you don't. Because until you're there, until you're actually working there, you see the interactions, you see all that stuff. And I think one of the greatest things is that also with Teach for America, you have that aspect of, you have that lifelong connection in a way, like where the students feel cared for, all that stuff, and that empowers them. And so that's just what, like, I'm adding my AmeriCorps experience in, or like others' experience in there too, but yeah, so we didn't actually get to go to the site. It was a virtual visit, but essentially it was great to hear what they were doing and to learn about the changes, especially when they had the whole pandemic aspect of how a lot of kids were having to learn via online and it was not going well. And then you had kids who were held back reading or whatever, all that stuff. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You both shared quite a bit that was important for us to hear about an important program. Do you know how long we've been supporting Teach for America? It's been quite a while.
So Teach for America is a national direct program, which means that they get some funding directly from the AmeriCorps agency, but they came into the Volunteer Tennessee portfolio approximately 9-10 years ago or so.
Wow.
For Nashville. Memphis, I think, was maybe a year before that. So I think Memphis has been in the Volunteer Tennessee portfolio a little, 1 year more, or maybe it's the reverse. I don't remember.
Thank you, Jen. Nestor, how about your site pick?
It's a privilege. I drove 4 hours And getting there, I'm driving through there, and I'm going through Greater Memphis area. And now mind you, I've just been to the city. And as I drive through the inner city, it's home. It's totally impoverished. It's totally abandoned buildings. Well, this is how I grew up. And as soon as I'm going through there, I see this beautiful, beautiful campus. I'm trying to draw you a picture because where I grew up, I didn't have that. And I'm like, wow, I am taken back by what I'm seeing. Number one, they have music halls as you walk through because they have three dynamic. And I apologize, I just got excited about just giving you the visual of just a kid going back to the hood and going, oh my gosh, I wish I had this. And now I'm part of a team that can support this.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, most definitely. Heaven's sake, we're gonna support this. And as I go there, I meet the team. I had to apologize because I didn't realize that I did not leave on time because I thought it was the other side. So I got there an hour later because of traffic. Because I didn't leave on time. I thought I left enough time. But of course, anyway, I get there. It's an amazing experience. I spoke to Sean. I spoke to Mr. Richard. He had his AmeriCorps shirt on, and they were very proud. The most impactful conversation was their retention of families for 2 to 3, how long they've been there, a retention of the impact of this program, which I wish was in Jersey, which I wish was in every state that had lower income families, because their impact of knowing, and the range that I sat down with was from 55 and over to a freshman in college. And I'm asking them the questions and I'm sitting there, oh yeah, my mom, my family member, my cousins, my brothers, they went through this program. It's the Porter Leaf Agency there in Greater Memphis. And they have 3, I mean, it was amazing, guys. I have so many notes. I've got to do a debrief for my deputy commissioner. He doesn't want 3 pages. So I'm trying to make it on 1 page. But I want to just share tremendous feedback. It is like, I've done a lot of these things, and so forgive me, this is my first time doing this for this group here. And it's a privilege. And Annie, I left it with such an impression that I want to leave you with the same impression as best as I can. I know it's kind of different, but I hope you receive that what we're doing with them is so powerful for these kids. Because if they left me like this, I can only imagine the next generation moving forward, what we can do for them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome.
That's why these site visits are so important, because we have these meetings, but we're not connected all the time to the folks who are doing the work. So it's nice to be able to see it in action.
I have a question. How often do you guys go to the sites or try to get to the sites?
We try once a year, but COVID threw things off, and then sometimes it's a challenge just to get because of the distance, because we're trying to go across the state. But we do have, when we are able to add virtual visits for challenges like that, we can get to more people. So I think we try to do them every year, but it just depends on the year.
Yeah, and we prior to COVID, we asked every commission member to do a visit every year, and every program got a visit every year, but COVID threw that off. So right now, we're just doing a selection of commission members and a selection of programs. If you all want to go back to everybody doing a visit every year, we can certainly do that and go back to having every program get visited. Although we've got more programs now, so we might not be able to get to every program, but we can certainly have every commissioner pair up with someone else and go visit programs. Because I think we're far enough past COVID to be able to do that. And also, like some of the folks have mentioned, some of them did theirs virtually, which I think is fine in a lot of cases.
One thing I think, if I could say something, one thing I think really makes a difference is when we're talking about grants and we're talking about these organizations, questions come up, and I think the site visits help us answer those questions. And so when you see the full circle, I mean, I'm thinking right now of Porter Leaf, and I happen to be familiar with Central Memphis, and it's been a long-term thing, but I know some questions came up and we're looking at grants and we're looking at some of the facts and figures, and doing the site visits really helps us, I think, get a total. So I think they're very helpful.
Thank you, Patty. Appreciate that. Okay, Adam, you and Nancy, you want to start? And we'll get to first Nancy. So I'm sitting over there. Oh, you're right there. That's right. Nancy, if you want to start with either one of y'all.
Sure. Adam and I just did our visit yesterday. And we did it virtually. We just could not make that happen in person. And so this was my very first virtual visit. And like Kim had said, you sort of miss out on that dynamic of in person. But super impressed with this program. They started out in 2017, I believe, with a planning grant before they actually got started with inserting AmeriCorps members, and they are up to 19 members that work for, and I'm sorry, the organization is Arch. And my computer just died in the PowerPoint presentation that was up from the organization. I'm sorry? What it's called? Oh, I have it here on the piece of paper. It's Appalachian Regional Coalition on Homelessness. And so this serves the northeastern corner of the state. It's an 8-county area. And for me, what was impressive is that it's a collaborative effort. And so they pool together all the county's money to combat homelessness up there and connecting people to resources and services. The other thing that was impressive about the program was improving the member experience. And the woman from United Way had talked about it being really difficult to survive on the pay that you get from being an AmeriCorps member. And they really went to a great effort to increase the pay, plus the health insurance coverage that they offer to the members as well. One thing that I wish would have happened was meeting some of the AmeriCorps members. And we did not get to meet any of those folks. And I really would have liked to, and I see Adam shaking his head as well, hear from the AmeriCorps members about their experience working with this organization. Adam, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of you know the Upper East Tennessee, and Nathan can attest to this. It's a really, in certain places outside of those main cities, very rural, their homeless population. The interesting thing that we had a chance to talk about is they had seen a spike in the homeless count in Greene County. And some of that contributing factor was they had a new organization that they were working with this year that was doing their point in time collection. So they had better data collectors, and therefore they had a better actual, probably more realistic count of the homeless population that was in the ground, which can also mean better resources, better, connecting them to the resources that are available across the region. So while they did see a spike in that count, it was probably actually a more realistic number because they had a better data collection method. The other thing that I was super impressed with that Connor and team shared is really focused on making a better experience for the AmeriCorps members. And Jason, you had a ton of shout outs about reaching out to you to understand what y'all are doing and share, beg, borrowing, and stealing from your team and how they can make that AmeriCorps program better for their individuals, and really some creative ideas that they're putting into place.
Yeah, agreed. The outreach to the other programs and seeing what they do well, they put you up on the pedestal. And I really appreciated everything that you're doing, right, in borrowing from your program to improve on theirs.
Deservedly so.
Yeah.
We're not surprised.
It takes a village, right?
Our program goes the same.
Definitely. Okay, thank you. Amy and Nate, would you like to share your?
Well, we got to spend time with Jason.
Yes, Jesus.
So Amy and I got to spend time with Jason and one of his staff members, Lauren Bird, at CDC AmeriCorps in Knoxville. Got to spend some time with them directly, and also got to visit 2 sites there in the Knoxville area, the Beardsley Farm, as well as the UTK Grow Lab on the University of Tennessee Knoxville campus, right there on the Book campus. Got to meet some AmeriCorps staff members at both, as well as a staff member at Beardsley, who's a former AmeriCorps, which was amazing. I'll share a little bit of a highlight for me from each of those. So Beardsley Farm, lots of program kind of a large operation, it seems like lots of different partnerships. They're doing lots of work with different entities in the larger Knoxville area. One of the programs they were working on that really stood out to me is, I think when you hear the term farm, you think agriculture, you think food, that's traditionally what comes to mind. And they are doing that. That's predominantly the work that they do. But they did a great job of articulating how some of those things also have these additional benefits, these auxiliary benefits. One of those that I think was a real highlight for me was the New Ground Gardens, where they offer plots, small plots of land to refugee families, where they are growing produce and food that is of cultural significance to them that they can't buy usually in American grocery stores. So of course, there's the food aspect, right? Their farm, their gardening, but it was also the ability to create through food and through farming to create a space where these people can find community, where they can find home. And those in the Knoxville area are also in turn learning about this community and this culture. So that was very powerful. The director there, Charlotte, that we met with, is also a former AmeriCorps worker. Was that right? She a member as well?
She was a member through a program.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, she's
Very good. So met with an AmeriCorps member there, as well as Charlotte, who's a former AmeriCorps from a different location. But a great, amazing, positive experience. Absolutely loved it. And then got to meet with an AmeriCorps worker, member at UT Crow Lab on University of Tennessee campus. I think what was the highlight for me there was the way in which her experience has completely altered her career trajectory. So she came in with very limited, I think, interest and kind of knowledge of the work that she was doing, is what she shared, but has already kind of found a new passion for that agricultural and sustainability environmental work, and has already secured a position for after her AmeriCorps time is over through that process. So I think that ability to see the direct work that they're doing, but also the way that it impacts AmeriCorps members long-term, amazing experience. So great job.
Yeah, I would just add that it was fantastic. It was interesting to be in different roles, because I'm used to being in a role with Jason as fellow commission member, so to get to see him in his element as AmeriCorps director is also very cool. One thing that I think a lot of people have alluded to is just the intentionality that they have done to create funding through partnership fees, which is how they've done it, to have higher living allowance and relocation things. And so really not just taking, here's the AmeriCorps model, but really being creative with how can our agency expand upon this model to better serve our members, better serve our community. So I think it was really interesting to learn more about that. A few things that they offered that we could consider as a group, if we're still able to have a recruitment person, is how fabulous it would be if there was a simple website that had like a state map, like an ArcGIS map, that helps show where are AmeriCorps programs and really help with statewide recruitment and visibility and engagement of alums. And if you had a landing site like that to just AmeriCorps comes in Tennessee, then you could advertise statewide on billboards and radios in ways the commission could help from a recruitment standpoint, then help the local program. So I thought we talked about how could that be a sustainable thing, right? Like how do you put energy into the creation of something that is not hard to maintain, but could have benefit? So I felt like as he took the model and then got partnerships fees, it's the same idea. If we do a lot of doing the model and voting on the funding, but how could we also expand a little bit of what we're doing to have that greater benefit across the state? So I thought that was great. The other thing he shared with me, which I felt very bad for not knowing about, so maybe if there's a way we can be more informed, was about some of the trajectory of national funding. And I didn't realize like what was happening with third term members and that kind of thing. And so I understand our role is not to be in the weeds as much as the program directors, but how as commission members can we be aware of really large things that are impacting the experience of our program directors? And so that was just something else that I learned that share with the creative group. So a little more than just a site visit, but some of the ways I feel like the site visit informed what we can do in our work as commissioners.
Thank you.
And they are amazing.
Oh. Thank you. Thanks. And I know we have some folks, I think Jason and Betty on deck for September and Terry and Amy. So we'll look forward to hearing those at our next meeting. And I want to thank everybody for their participation. It's so important for the folks to connect with what we're doing, on site.
The next part, is everybody okay if I take down the thing up there? Okay.
Yeah. So our first order of business is to confirm a quorum. There are currently 24 voting members, so we'll need at least 13 for a quorum. I'm going to call on Amy Gilliland for roll call. Quorum check.
All right. George Bovee. Jim, if you'll help me with online people, because I know sometimes that takes a little longer.
Sure. Do you want me to just swing the thing over to the screen so that you can see?
Maybe that, yeah. So then we can see if they kind of unmute, because sometimes there's a little bit more of a delay with our online friends. Okay.
Can you see that okay?
Yes. Destiny Brown.
Here.
Yeah.
Kim Carpenter Drake. Present. This is so much easier when I'm here too. I was online last time. Stephanie Davis.
Here.
Nathan Farner.
Present.
Terry Frank.
Present.
Amy Gilliland. Present. Katie Goforth.
Present.
Rebecca Henderson.
She's on. It looks like she's unmuted. And she may have.
I'll come back.
Yeah, she may be having kind of the technical issues.
Audio problem. She was calling in on phone.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's on, but yeah.
Andrea Hill. Holly Jones. Amy LeGrand.
Present.
I think that was Amy, correct?
Yes. Lizette Lopez.
Here.
Greg Lyles.
Here.
Lee Moten. Patricia Powell.
Here.
Kane Reeves. Kane, you still with us? Awesome.
Yes.
Jason Scott. Terry Silver. Tracy Vandevate.
Here.
Amy Walter. Here. Betty White.
Here.
Eileen Wolem.
Here.
Yvonne Wood. Shall I call you who don't do?
I think maybe just for the record, to see if they're present. Yeah.
Okay.
Or to ensure that they're present.
Yes. Captain Anita Buponzi. Okay, awesome. Suzanne Carr.
Here.
DeShonta Gleaton. Michael Hogan. Adam Jarvis. Carolyn Ledley. Heidi Lemming. Esther Reyes. Nancy Shalene. Here. Kendra Thomas. Jessica Youngland.
Here.
Right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 out of the needed 13 at first. So close. So we will need the approval.
That's right. Our next order of business is to approve a statement of necessity due to scheduling conflicts. Less than a quorum of volunteer Tennessee Commission members are present in person for the meeting today. So under Tennessee Code annotated section 8-44-108, the Volunteer Tennessee Commission is allowed to rely on the participation of members by electronic or other means to constitute a quorum only upon determination by the commission that a necessity exists. The commission is scheduled to consider time-sensitive revisions to the 2024 commission support grant and commission investment fund budgets and the 2024 AmeriCorps formula fundraising revision. Do I hear a motion to approve the determination of necessity to proceed with the meeting with a quorum to include electronic and phone participants based on time sensitivity of the matter in today's agenda? Second.
So Kim Carpenter Drake. And Nathan Farmer. Okay, all right. So,
So we will need to still do a roll call vote.
On the motion to
On the
approve the
motion.
statement of necessity.
okay, yes. I was like, roll call. I just did roll. I got it.
That was attendance. This is the vote. Yeah.
Okay, yes. George Bovee. Destiny Brown.
Present.
So it's a
Yes or
no. Sorry. The motion is to approve the statement of necessity for us to be able to include both electronic and in-person votes. And so if you could just do either a yes or no, or aye or no, or abstain.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome to being the beginning of the alphabet. Sorry about that. Kim Carpenter Drake. Yeah.
I don't know if I voted on the thing I voted.
You do.
You do, so I.
Okay. Stephanie Davis.
Yeah.
Nathan Farner.
Yes.
Terry Frank.
Yes.
Amy Gilliland. Yes. Katie Goforth.
Yes.
Rebecca Henderson. We'll keep checking. Andrea Hill. Holly Jones. Amy LeGrand.
Yes.
Lizette Lopez.
Yes.
Greg Louse.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry.
Lee Bowden. Okay, thank you. Lee Bowden. Patricia Powell.
Yes.
Payne Reeves.
Yes.
Jason Scott. Gary Silver.
Yes.
Tracy Vandevay.
Yes.
Amy Walter.
Yes.
Betty White.
Yes.
Eileen Wollam.
Yes.
Yvonne Wood. Captain Anita Raponzi. Suzanne Carr.
Yes.
Shanta Gleaton. Michael Hogan. Adam Jarvis.
Yes.
Carolyn Ledley. Heidi Lemming. Nestor Reyes.
Stay.
Nancy Shalane.
Yes.
Andrew Thomas or Stewart. Jessica Youngbloom.
Yes.
All right, and it passes.
And you want to go back to Rebecca? Did you?
Well,
We didn't
we
do
missed, Rebecca. I think Rebecca still is not with us yet. I keep including that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing, we have enough for quorum, even if Rebecca
Yes.
can't manage to express her vote.
I mean, so. Right.
Yeah, so then we need to, you want me to do this part? Approve the minutes from last meeting?
Yeah, I mean, yes, please.
Okay.
Amy, I'm just calling on you to
Oh.
have everybody, take a look at the minutes.
Yeah.
There are quite a few, which is great. There's some wonderful notes in there, but please look those over quickly so that we can, if there are any changes we need to make, let us know. And then Amy will, call a vote,
And
call
for,
a motion to do a vote.
Thank you. Yeah.
and for those online, Hope just posted the link to the commission resource page that should take you directly to the minutes. They're also, I'm sharing them on the screen, but you can pull those up if you want to look at them a little more closely. And the people in the room, a hard copy is in your packet.
Okay. Okay. So if y'all want to kind of make a note, Jason, it's where it says in the very first bullet, instead of 30 to reserve a plate, it's 35 to reserve a plate.
Yeah, actually, it's 37.
37. Actually, it's
With the online.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's between 35 and 37. It is greater than 30. Thank you. I'll also share, I'm trying to be a little more succinct this time and not quite so transcription oriented, but if you miss, hopefully you know everything that happened while you were away. Any other edits to the minute?
So do we want to do 35 to 37 or just 37 in the revised version?
Justin actually cost 35 though.
The actual cost.
I mean, like if I wrote a check to whoever it is, it would be $35.
If you wrote a check, it would be 35. Yeah, it's just if you purchase online.
So the cost should be 35.
I'm gonna put in the new minutes of this meeting that we are amending it, that the cost to reserve is 35, and if you purchase online, it's
Plus
7.
Online fee, yeah.
Or amendments? Take it away, Amy.
Right, well, do we?
So we need a motion.
Yes.
I move that we accept the minutes
I second.
Could I?
as, yes, go ahead.
Well, can you add in as amended?
Right.
Yeah.
As amended. I move that we accept the minutes as amended.
I second again.
I am recording the first and the second, and then I will take the vote. Otherwise. Okay, perfect. Thank you. George Bovee. Destiny Brown.
Yes.
Kim Carpenter Drake.
Yes.
Stephanie Davis.
Yes.
Nathan Farner.
Yes.
Terry Frank.
Yes.
Amy Gilliland. Yes. Katie Goforth.
Yeah.
Rebecca Henderson. Andrea Hill. Holly Jones. Amy LeGrone.
Yes.
Lizette Lopez. Greg Wiles.
Yes.
Lee Moten. Patricia Powell.
Yes.
Kane Reeves.
Yes.
Jason Scott. Gary Silver. Tracy Vanderway.
Yes.
Amy Walter.
Yes.
Betty White.
Yes.
Eileen Wollam.
Yes.
Yvonne Wood. Captain Anita Buponzi.
Yeah.
Suzanne Carr.
Yes.
DeShanta Gleaton. Michael Hogan. Adam Jarvis.
Yes.
Carolyn Ledley. Heidi Lemming. Esther Reyes.
You just stepped out for a
Okay.
minute.
Nancy Shalene.
Yes.
Kendra Stewart. Jessica Youngbloom.
Yes.
The minutes pass as amended. Yay.
Thank you.
And Amy, can you sign the one that's in your packet?
Yes, and I put
Yeah, the
my
notation,
name,
yes,
and then I put 35 to 37.
Yes.
And I'll write,
Awesome.
does that work?
Yeah. absolutely. And I'll scan that version and put it in our electronic records.
Need that stuff?
I got it right.
Okay, we're gonna do commission report outs.
I have a question.
Yeah. Oh,
I
okay.
apologize. But there was something in the minutes the past time that we discussed and voted on that I questioned. So what do we do about? Do we bring it up later under new business? I mean, I don't know what to. I'm specifically talking about where we're going to ask the Miss Tennessee volunteer to be honorary co-chair, and the fact that there's been, I think, a resignation of these people. Have we moved with this, or do we know this? The resignation of Miss Volunteer America, Miss Tennessee. There's a big deal of something, I mean, I read it in the news. That may or may not be true. Just saying. I read it in the news about, it was after our last commission meeting, and I apologize, intended to contact you and say, did y'all see this? What does this mean?
Have not seen it.
Was that was it Miss Tennessee Volunteers or Miss Tennessee? Because there's also the
I
one.
think it was Miss Tennessee Volunteer, and it was something about volunteer. I'm just saying because it jumped out at me. I can look it up, and I just didn't know, when do we bring up something like that if we want to change a vote on something?
But I think coming from the communications committee, I think the first thing we need to do is to verify.
Right, I agree.
And I guess I need to do that, check on that, and then report back. I would imagine if there has been something like that to occur, they would contact us.
So have we asked, I didn't know if we had asked them and gone out and done that. Okay.
Yeah, no, I communicated with them the results of the vote from the last meeting, saying that that the commission had voted to approve the current Miss Teen Volunteer America, I think is her title. She's already in her role. They, at the time the commission last met, they hadn't yet done the Miss Tennessee Volunteer pageant yet. So they didn't have the new person. It hasn't happened yet, but the vote was to have whoever that person is who fills that role would be the honorary co-chair. So Betty, we'll do some research, and I'll reach back out to them again and see if there's been any change, and then we can present that. If it needs a change in the vote, we can present that at our next meeting.
Was Miss Tennessee Volunteer go on well, another on Miss USA thing where she stepped down, that may be what you're.
It may be that.
So if- if-
Yeah.
So if I,
Right.
so if I can, I'm on the Miss Volunteer America website. Miss Teen Volunteer America that they have listed on the website, it's not the one we have listed in there.
That might be what
So
we're talking about.
she may
Oh,
have,
that, yeah.
so she may have, because in the minutes we have Anna Grace Sloudenbeck.
Right.
That is not who they have as the current list rating. So what, maybe accurate.
This says she was crowned on March 11th.
So the possibility is the name in the minutes incorrect?
That is the name that they provided us.
Well, that could have been the previous, they just, crowned the new one. So this new lady, I can't pronounce that first name, would you like to try?
Well, just for background, because we do have a couple of new folks and some folks who weren't at the last meeting. The whole purpose of having the nationwide person, because it's a national thing, was because that particular title holder was from Memphis. And so that was the connection with Tennessee. Otherwise, it wouldn't really make sense.
Person's from Utah.
Yeah, right. Well, the previous person that was voted on at the last meeting was from Memphis, and that was the connection. Otherwise, again, it doesn't make sense for someone from Utah to be a co-chair of Volunteer Tennessee. So we'll have to look into that and see what's going on with that. But yeah, I mean, if it's a different person, then I mean, it's up to you all. I mean, we could go back and ask them, well, does this person, can we still have this person? But if she's from Utah, it might not make the most sense.
And just for clarification, when we voted last meeting, we voted both of them separately. So we voted on them as two different people. So in theory, if it isn't the person we thought we were voting, we don't really have to.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
The only one we're talking about is Miss Teen or Miss Volunteer. Miss Tennessee Volunteer is really the only one we're talking about then,
Right.
which isn't even crowned yet.
Right.
So the original vote would still stand because that we didn't name a person. It was the role of the person.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank Thanks for that.
Thank you, Betty. We'll look into that. Sure, I can get you.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know, I just remember, I didn't look it up before this meeting, obviously. But I also don't know when to bring up something like that, if we need to, that was a question
No,
about.
today was a great time to bring it up. Yeah. Yeah. That was good. Yeah.
Thank you, Betty. All right, Terry.
Okay, I'm looking back at our notes previously, and yes, the big thing that we were working on was this honorary board chair. So we're gonna come back to the drawing board and work on that. We've also, Nate and Hope have done quite a bit of work on Bay on the Hill. They have some brochures, updates, and I believe those have been posted, correct? Have you shared?
I don't know if they're live in here.
They have not moved forward.
I think they were just shared in the meeting. So, but so there's updated that they're not yet.
But just trying to condense information so that what's handed out is readable and comprehensible in that moment, and not just a whole bunch of information. It's like, okay, I'll do this later. So they've done a really nice job on that. And we also like to see if there are any volunteers from the commission that would like to continue to work on Family Hill, kind of improve our communication methods with, the folks that we visit throughout the year, and not just that one day. So we're hoping maybe some of you guys who have some skill sets in that area might volunteer to work with us. If you are willing, let me know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope shared with me 23-24 tracking on some of our initiatives for the Communications Committee, and I think we're doing amazing work. We still need to go back. We have a little situation with our worksheet, right? It disappeared. And that's okay, that we see that as a good thing, because I think we really need to start from scratch and look at it again and figure out what it is we want to focus on. But our role is to communicate what's going on with this board and in all of the grants that we put out, all the good things that are happening. So that's what we're continuing to work on and do. You share this because this is really your news.
Yes, yes. We only need 8 more GDSA coordinators. We have 87 GDSA coordinators. We have already done the webinar for our coordinators for this year. They asked to start earlier. So we did the webinar with them already. Most of their materials are already online for them, so they can get going and take care of the world. But we do have 8 counties, like I said, that we need, and I've talked to Anita because John filled them in last year, so.
No pressure.
What are
Can
they?
you tell me what it let me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry. Explain.
Yes,
It's-
GDSA is Governor's Volunteer Stars Awards. Governor's Volunteer Stars Awards. We try, this has been in existence since 2008, but we try to identify a county coordinator for every Tennessee county. So there's 95 counties. And each county coordinator is asked to help identify 1 adult and 1 youth honoree. And we bring those honorees all together. This year it's going to be February the 16th, 25 in at Franklin Cool Springs Marriott. And we honor all of our honorees that can be there. And we have it online, and I'll put the link out there too. It's on the homepage of our website. You can click and go directly to it as well. We also identify a business and a nonprofit that really focus on volunteerism for each of the grand divisions of the state. So we do that as well. And last year we had about 400 people present at the celebration. It's a Sunday lunch kind of thing.
Thank you. If we can have 4 people volunteer to call 2 counties, we can at least reach out as board members to those counties that were missing.
Can you tell us which counties you're missing?
I can. And I've already talked to Anita here. Benton,
DeKalb, Green, Lake, Overton, Pickett, Smith, and Warren are the counties that we still need.
Think about it, just a call and explain what we're doing. Most of the time that I've made contact with these folks, they're very much wanting to be involved. So the earlier we can get to them, the better. If we can have 100%, sure, that'd be amazing.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah.
I think last year we recognized people from 63 counties. That's huge. Yeah, so, yeah.
Last time I was seated at the table at luncheon, I don't know if this was brilliance on someone's part or just weird.
Oh, yeah, definitely was.
Or just weird comment. I'm gonna go for brilliance. But I was sat at the table with the organization and the honoree from Williamson County, which is where I live. So that was brilliant. The one you are. Oh, awesome. I just wanted to share for anybody who has some contacts and those and to encourage you to participate. I had a chance to learn about an organization I'd heard of before, but wasn't very familiar with. And as a result of really this incredible enthusiasm from their honoree and the other people I met from there, I introduced them to a donor. Who was now a major donor of the organization because of that connection. So there are definitely more legs that come out of celebrating enthusiasm than just that one day.
Yeah.
It's continued, I think, to serve them very well. And the way that they approach the celebration of their volunteer is what made the impression. So it's definitely worth encouraging.
And online, Tracy is offering to help finding coordinators. So we've got at least one commitment online. And we can put the list in the follow-up that goes out to everyone so that people can look at the list and volunteer to take those on.
Thank you, Terry. Great work, team.
Thanks to my committee. They're
Great
amazing. Thanks for giving me more people.
Yeah, for many years, we had like 3 people, so I'm so excited that we have more. All right, I'm gonna call on Eileen to do the grants committee report.
Yes, so, before we get started, I need to make sure that everybody has signed their conflict of interest form, which we need to do mine.
Yeah, so there's one in your packet.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's see if we can, I need something. So, if you've already sent your conflict of interest form in, we've got it. You don't need to, I mean, you can sign it again if you want to, but if you've already sent it in, I've got it. I've already saved it to our files. And several people in the room have already done that. So if you've done it, don't worry about it. For the folks online, I think, let's see, for those who are actually in the meeting, Tracy, I don't know that I have one from you unless you emailed it today. Kendra, I don't think has joined us yet. And I think everybody else online has sent theirs in, I believe. But we know that Tracy has a conflict. So Tracy, even if you haven't sent your form in, we know that you have a conflict. You can email that.
She sent it, but she's having some.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Let me check my email really quickly. Let's see. Yes, Tracy, I do have it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I've got Tracy, so, okay. And staff also need to sign these, so staff, please, take a second to sign these as well.
Jim sent me a list of the folks who do have conflicts, so I have Nathan, Katie, Rebecca Henderson, Kane Reeves, Nancy Shalene, Jason Scott.
Oh, and I apologize. Did you say Tracy?
I did.
Okay. For some reason, I left her
No.
well, for some reason, I left her off my list. But yeah, she and Jason work at the same place, so they have the same conflict.
So
Apologize for that.
take those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that will drop us below quorum.
Yep.
And so we need 1.
Yeah, so what the conflict rules state is we send the people in the room out. The people online mute themselves. And then once the people who have conflicts that are in the room are out, we just randomly grab enough until we get back up to quorum. But that process needs to be kind of random. We can't pick them before they leave. We just
anybody knows what we're gonna need.
We just need one. Okay. So the people in the room that have conflicts, if you can go ahead and step out.
Because we have 18 people here, and if 6 have conflicts, that gets us to 12, and we need 13 for quorum.
Okay, thank you.
Is that right, Jim?
I'm sorry, say that one.
We have 18 here, 6 have conflicts, that puts us at 12, but we need 13 for quorum.
Correct. Yep.
So we need 1, yeah.
So
we need
you
to,
have everybody,
there's 18 total, 6 have conflicts. That puts us, yeah, sorry, you're right. Math.
Sorry.
so
Well, I wasn't sure, because who comes back if they have to abstain, that still counts as a quorum, so we're still.
As long as they're in the room for the vote, they count for the purposes of quorum.
Yes.
The only problem with them abstaining would be if there was a vote that like half were no and half were yes, and that would cause problems, but I don't anticipate that happening.
so we have, those folks have stepped out.
Yeah, and so Candace, would you just find, just poking your head out the first person you see?
Okay.
If you'll ask them to step back in.
Whoever they are. So the first thing that you're going to request and that we're going to call a vote on is the.
Jim, I don't know.
I'm wondering, when we get to the support grants and the investment funds, can they all come back in? Because that doesn't have to do with.
Yes,
program.
as soon as we get through with the AmeriCorps stuff, everybody can rejoin.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, after we get through the very first vote, they can all come back in, because even though the second vote relates to AmeriCorps, it's not tied to any funding. And so they can come back in. So, I'm gonna share the Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Instead of the PDF version. For those of you online, again, the documents are on that commission resource page. My guess is that Hope is probably working on posting the specific link. And I'm gonna hide a few columns, Eileen, before you start talking, so that all of this stuff will fit on the page.
What document are we looking at right now?
That's the formula funding.
Yeah, so we actually had to make a revision. So if you're on, for those of you that are online, there are actually two 2024 AmeriCorps formula funding recommendation documents, and it's the one with REV at the end. Yeah, and Hope just put it in the chat. So right. I think that's gonna be able to fit everything to one page. Almost. speaker? Okay.
Okay. So, we're looking at the 2024 AmeriCorps formula funding recommendation revision. And, so Jim was nice enough to give me some notes. So I will read. After the May meeting, several programs accepted lower amounts of funding than what was offered them. Those are highlighted in yellow. And several other programs requested supplemental funding above what was offered, and those are highlighted in green. So hopefully you can see, I guess we want to be looking at the cost for MSY.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, I just realized that all of the columns weren't
Oh, okay.
on the screen. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to hide some of these other columns, which I don't think are relevant for the discussion today. I can just ignore the kind of the other stuff off to the right. And I might be able to make it just a tad bit bigger. Nope. Well, actually, maybe. Yeah, sorry, it's not gonna, it's not gonna all fit on there. Zoomed in that far. Sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. Okay, so, we want to look at mainly the, on the right side spreadsheet there, the dollar sign column. That shows whether or not there was a change in the total funding for those particular programs. So the ones that are in yellow show an increase above their initial request and our initial vote. And sorry, that's wrong, right?
Yeah, no.
Yes,
Yeah,
the ones in yellow are a decrease.
Well, yeah,
And
and
the
for,
green is
yeah, right. Well, and for those of you who are looking at this on your own, the set of columns that the commission approved back in May is just to the left in columns W, X, and Y, but there's not enough room to show all that on the screen. So this is what was approved in column W at the May meeting. And so column AA represents changes from what was approved at that May meeting. Like Eileen was saying, the ones that are yellow asked for less, the ones that are green asked for more.
Do you guys want me to read the names of the program? Can Memphis Teacher Residency has a change, lowered their amount slightly. And then down to, I can't tell how.
That's Appalachia Region.
I can't.
I tell you what, Eileen, let me hide more columns. It's too small. And then increase.
That's helpful.
That's better?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Appalachian Regional Coalition on Homelessness has a bit of a lesser amount. Relay Graduate School of Education also has a lesser amount. And so along with the lesser amount of total funding goes a decrease in their MSYs. MSY is member service year. And in some cases, a change in the cost per MSY. Literacy Mid-South has also asked for less. And then University of the South and Port Leaf asked for increases.
And those are the continuations. Sorry, everyone, this spreadsheet is a bit complicated because there's different types of applications. And so these are the new and repeating. Sorry, Eileen.
So did the math come out perfect? Were they exactly declined one and more?
That's a good question.
Okay. I mean, that would be an ideal world, right?
It would. Well, the fortunate thing is that we had carryover funds that we weren't going to use because we had given out all the program, well, based on the previous vote. So we were able to bring in some of those additional carryover funds to make up that difference. So the bottom line is what's shown on this chart at the very bottom, you know, the allocation plus the carryover plus the American Rescue Plan amount, the available base versus what was requested comes out zero, but that's just because we only put the amounts in the carryover necessary to bring that to zero. And the ARPA amount actually had to go down a little bit because that's directly tied to some very specific circumstances where we can use that money. One is brand new members. So if a program asks for more members this year than they did last year, we can take that difference. And since some of them actually went down, we had to remove that ARPA funding from those programs. So the total ARPA went down, the carryover went up. That's confusing. Please say so because it is confusing.
I'm super confused, though I don't think that that's the cause for the confusion. I think my confusion is maybe more fundamental than that. Why the ups and why the downs?
It varies from program to program. Some of them in between the time when they make their application and when the commission approves the funding, and then the staff reach out to them to say, you've been approved at X level. Things may have changed. They may have had partners that fall through and that results in a decrease, or they may have additional partners and therefore they maybe want more money. So there's just a kind of a range of reasons why they would ask for less money.
So this is after they've submitted their application for support, but before we do the final awards, before we approve the final awards.
No. So what's on the screen right now, the stuff with the yellow and the green is between the May meeting and now.
So changes after the initial approval.
Right. So the initial approval is here in these, and again, they can't really all fit on there side by side. But what was approved at the May meeting is in columns X, Y, and Z. And between when the staff went out and did the funding announcement, and Latifa sent out all the announcements and says, hey, you've been approved at X amount. Some of them came back and asked for less, some came back and asked for more.
I apologize if this is done.
No,
Is this typical for us? I don't know of any other grant program I've ever been part of where once an approval is made, 3 months later, there's an amendment to the agreement and a change in request amount.
yes, it is typical. And the reason it's typical is because these grant funds directly relate to AmeriCorps members.
So they either think they can recruit more or have recruited more, or think they can recruit less or have recruited less.
Right. So if you apply for, say, 100 AmeriCorps members and you think you've got partners to place all 100, but then between when you apply and when the offer is made, 10 of your partners drop out and you just can't place those 10 AmeriCorps members, then you just don't need that funding that is associated with those AmeriCorps members, because that money can't be really used for other things because there's a cost per member cap, which is in that column Y. They can't exceed $25,000 per member. So it's a direct tie between members and amount of money that's available.
Will this get adjusted again?
No, I hope not.
Well, it just seems like if it's that literal and it's adjusted midstream, at what point do you stop adjusting it and
Well,
it's the award amount of the year?
Yeah, well, for clarification, this is for programs that are about to start. They haven't started yet. The contract start date is August 1. A lot of programs will start their members in August, some will start in September. That varies a little bit, but the contracts actually start August 1. So after that, they may have issues with partners who drop out midstream and additional partners who want to come on board. But this is, I think, the last time that staff will present to the grants committee, and then the grants committee will present to you to do any additional adjustments.
And sorry, last question, I think. Is part of their contractual agreement and receipt of the grant that they, when they do their follow-up reporting, that they are required to return unspent funds if they're unable to do so because they lose members midstream or they're not able to fulfill the obligation?
Well, they don't get the money until they spend it. So
it's reimbursement based.
Yeah.
So really, this is helping us to manage our assets
Yes.
better than it is asking them
Yes.
to change it. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No,
I was getting confused. Just the funders I work with, once they lay out that blessing or curse, there it is.
Well, yeah, no,
You don't keep going after it.
That's a good question.
that's great. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great discussion.
Yeah.
Because what it does is the ones who say we want less, it then provides the ones who want more. And so it does allow this body, this commission to better manage its limited funds because we will have money that we'll have to return from the American Rescue Plan. But again, those have to be used for specific purposes and they can't be used for other
If it can't
things.
be fulfilled, it can't be.
And so we're gonna probably end up sending back about, out of the, I think it was about $4 million total. We're gonna end up sending back about between probably $150,000 and $200,000.
That's not bad. Great, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you for the questions too. That helps. Yeah, I think it took me 5 years to understand. the whole grant process. So you all are really early on this. Yeah.
So, are there any other questions, or comments?
How long can you keep the money though? Or you were saying like if it rolled like the.
Well, this money that you're voting on right now will be for one program year. So again, a lot of programs will be starting August, September. They can use the funds through December of 2025. So it's a little more than a calendar year, because their members might not start right on, and some of them might need to serve a little bit longer and stuff.
Well, so, but what I'm asking more like, you said the unused funds, so like how long can you keep those?
Oh,
for?
gotcha.
For the rollover, what, like.
Yeah. That's also a great question. The federal grants that Volunteer Tennessee gets are 3-year grants. And so within that 3-year period, you can move money around. Once the 3-year grant is done, any money that's not spent goes back to the federal treasury. And just to clarify, we don't actually have that money in our Volunteer Tennessee / State of Tennessee bank account. We also request reimbursement from the federal agency based on actual expenditures. So the money is available, but until we actually expend the money, we don't draw it down.
Well, the grants committee has, voted and approved these revisions. And, so we recommend, that the board, vote to approve them as well.
So are you bringing forward the motion or do we need to make a motion? We need to make a motion.
I need to hear a motion.
I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you.
We approve what the.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a second. Amy? Roll call vote, please.
Before we do a roll call vote, we need to bring one person back.
Oh, we did. We brought Nathan.
Just kidding. Didn't know that.
Thank you.
All right. If anybody else wants to substitute, just so you know, I will not probably be here for the October meeting, so one of you will get an opportunity to do.
So
this.
great.
Because I know how jealous you are.
Place you in.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Terry Silver has made the motion, not Adam Warner, but Adam Jarvis has seconded it, that we are voting to accept this revision that from the grants committee for the 2024 formula funding. George Bovee, Destiny Brown,
She put in the chat,
she had a conflict.
well,
Just kidding.
she had, well, no, actually, she
No, she didn't.
didn't, she had to step away, which means we're probably gonna have to bring somebody else in. Yeah, she said she was gonna have to step away between 11 and 11:30.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Exciting time.
Oh, actually, Nancy's a,
Yes, is that a good one?
she's an ex officio. So
Okay,
she can't bring us up to quorum.
Get back in
Sorry, Nancy. I'm sure.
And winner is? Jason's gone. All right. Jason, catch you up to speed before we ask you to vote on something.
Okay.
The grants committee had, which, is that okay if I do that as secretary? You are my secretary.
Yeah, he needs to know what he put.
Yeah. The grants committee has made a recommendation to change the formula funding because some programs wanted fewer dollars than we, and some wanted more dollars. And we had carryover funds to make up the difference in the request. And there was a decrease in the ARPA funding since it can only be utilized for brand new members, and that number decreased. We also had a quick discussion about how this happens occasionally because partners change, they decrease, they add between the time of the application and the time of the funding vote. And so it frequently happens, since this is related directly to AmeriCorps members, that's kind of what causes it. And so this is the revised allocation, basically, that the grants committees request. Jim, do you want to show a little bit of just so the yellow were programs that requested less, the green was programs that requested more, or it changed, because of the request, it changed their, member costs?
Yes, yeah,
So we-
yeah.
So we ended up using 634 out of carryover. Or 632 out of carryover, and then 1398 out of ARPA. But what was the ARPA money we had approved before this change? Do you have that in W, X, and Y?
I don't because, it's changed throughout, but I believe it was, sorry, I only have the.
It might be in the minutes from last time.
It might be, I mean, I could probably navigate to it, but, I think, sorry, let me see if it's. I've hidden the cell where it would be hiding, so, I could probably navigate to it, but it would take a while.
That's fine. And CAC AmeriCorps shouldn't be on that particular list, yeah.
Not for the increase or decrease.
No increase. Okay, right. Yeah, all right.
Okay. Okay. All right. Terry, you still motioning us?
I did.
Yep. Adam, you're still seconding?
Yes.
All right, here we go. George Bovee, Destiny Brown, Kim Carpenter Drake.
Okay.
Stephanie Davis. Nathan Turner. Terry Craig.
Aye.
Amy Gilliland. Katie Goforth. Conflict. Rebecca Henderson. Andrea Hill. Holly Jones. Amy LeGrone.
Aye.
Lizette Lopez. Greg Lyles.
Yes.
Lee Moten, Patricia Powell.
Aye.
Payne Reeves had a conflict. Jason Scott. Terry Silver.
Aye.
Tracy Vandevate had a conflict. Amy Walter.
Aye.
Betty White.
Aye.
Eileen.
Aye.
Yvonne Wood. Captain Anita Raponzi.
Aye.
Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
Shanta Gleaton. Michael Hogan. Adam Jarvis.
Aye.
Carolyn Ledley. Heidi Lemming. Esther Reyes.
Abstain.
Nancy Shalane. Conflict. Kendra Stewart. Jessica Youngbloom.
Aye.
Right, and it passes. And then we can bring those with conflicts back.
Yes.
So Eileen, you're gonna be mentioning any changes or if we are just presenting the 2025 AmeriCorps timeline to be approved?
Yeah, I'm doing that, yes. Wait for everyone to get back in.
Did our people online come back?
Yeah, if you're online, hopefully you didn't go too far from your computer, but you can engage in the meeting again.
Okay, we're now looking at the 2025 AmeriCorps funding timeline, which proposes the process for the upcoming funding cycle. Public, and I don't know if it's big enough for people.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, hold on just a sec. That.
Okay, the Public Education Foundation is a competitive program in the third year of funding. And staff recommends forwarding this program to the national competitive process as a recompeting program. So, yeah, I know we have a few new members today. Do you guys know what the competitive process is? Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, sure. So, to step back, the thing that you just voted on was formula money. And sorry, I realize we probably should have explained that first. But also to make context, all of those kind of dry but colorful numbers relate directly to the site visits that you all were sharing earlier. That funding chart is the results in your site visits to make that connection. So Volunteer Tennessee gets every year an allocation of money just for Tennessee. It's based on a population formula, and so it's called formula. Lots of federal grants have formula money, and generally they're based on a population formula. And that's what the commission just voted on. The commission makes that decision on how that money gets allocated. There's another process called the national competitive process. So Tennessee and other states can send kind of their best programs to compete against other states for that money. The AmeriCorps agency makes the funding decision on how those dollars get spent. Now, any program that's funded out of that is still accountable to Volunteer Tennessee. The money then gets sent to Volunteer Tennessee, and Volunteer Tennessee sends it out to the programs. But this commission doesn't decide who gets that competitive funding. So any program that gets sent up to that, whether or not they get funded is up to that AmeriCorps agency.
In addition to the Public Education Foundation, there's a bunch of programs that are in the third year of their formula funding, and staff recommends forwarding those programs to the national competitive process as new programs. So those are Appalachian Regional Coalition on Homelessness, Lynch Powell Resource Conservation and Development Council, Knox County Community Action Committee, Literacy Mid-South, Memphis Teacher Residency, Porter Leaf, Relay Graduate School of Education, Teach for America Memphis, and University of the South. So those ones that I just read are formula programs in their third year of funding. And staff recommends that we forward those programs to the national competitive process as new programs.
And just as a side note, Eileen, if you don't mind, every 3 years, every program has to reapply for funding. And they're on different cycles, so they're not all on the same 3-year cycle, but regardless, at the end of their 3-year cycle, they have to reapply. So that's why we're talking about them being at the end of their third year.
And at the end of the 3 years, then we're gonna send them to try the competitive funding. And if they can, they could come back to us. And if they do get approved, do they get another 3 years? Or,
Yeah, they get, that's a good question. They get another 3 years under that competitive funding.
Okay.
And so then they're what's called continuation years in between, and they would continue to be funded out of that competitive money for that 3 years. And then they have to recompete again. And then whether or not they stay in competitive again is up to the federal agency.
and if they do not win the competitive, they can come back to us as formula funds. Okay, and then they can stay with us again for those 3 years? Okay, all right.
Yeah, if we approve them.
Yeah, if the commission.
They do have to be, because there are times when there's awesome things like Neelam does, risk assessments. And so they might not get something competitive, although I would think we probably wouldn't send them up for competitive if we didn't think they were gonna be quality. But like then they reassess score and all that, and then we vote on it. So it's not an automatic that they fall for. Right, is that right?
Well,
Or is it?
that's up to you all.
Okay.
That's
It's
the,
technical.
yeah, that's a recommendation of staff that if they don't get competitive funding, they fall back into the formula process, but they still have to be approved
Okay, yeah.
by this commission for formula funding. So you don't have to fund them just because they drop back into the formula process.
Right.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed. That's right.
So the, other programs that we have are in their continuation years, so that would be completing year 1 and year 2. And staff recommends accepting those continuation applications from those programs. And then most of the dates in the timeline are estimates based on receiving the notice of funding opportunity and application instructions from AmeriCorps by August 8th. So it's possible that the dates that we're going to approve could change and that we would have to vote on those changes at our meeting in October.
Eileen, I apologize. In your note, I put August 8th, but on our timeline, it says August 6th. And that's just based on when we got it last year. Obviously, it's not August 8th yet, so we don't have it yet. And if we don't get it on August the 6th, then we'd have to adjust the timeline at the next meeting.
So all the calculations and dates are based on us getting that information on August 6th. Okay. And there's a formula for the dates. So, does anybody have any questions or comments? We need somebody to move. The grants committee recommends that we vote on this and approve. So we need a motion. You have a motion?
I move that we accept the grants committee recommendation for the timeline.
Yeah, formula. The funding.
Yeah, the funding timeline.
I say it. All right. So we are voting now to accept the AmeriCorps funding timeline as presented on the screen or in the web link for 2025. George Bovee. Destiny Brown.
Abstain.
Kim Carpenter Drake. Stephanie Davis. Nathan Parker,
Aye.
Terry Frank,
Aye.
Amy Gilliland. Aye. Hey, Katie Goforth.
Aye.
Rebecca Henderson. Andrea Hill. Holly Jones. Amy LeGrone.
Aye.
Lizette Lopez. Greg Wiles.
Aye.
Lee Moten. Patricia Powell.
Aye.
Kane Reeves.
Kane said that he was gonna have to step away around lunchtime, so I don't see him. He's gonna come back, but I don't see him, so I don't think he's on right.
Okay. Jason Scott. Terry Silver.
Yes.
Tracy Vandevate.
Yes.
Amy Walter.
Yes.
Betty White.
Aye.
Eileen Wolland.
Aye.
Yvonne Wood. Captain Anita Buponzi. Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
DeShonta Gleason. Michael Hogan. Adam Jarvis.
Aye.
Carolyn Ledley. Heidi Lemming. Esther Reyes.
Sure.
Nancy Shalene.
Yes.
Kendra Stewart. Jessica Youngbloom.
Aye.
And it passes.
More purpose to do. This is the 2024 Commission Support Grant Budget Revision. So we voted on this in May. And we have some revisions to it. Commission originally approved the 2024 Commission Support Grant and Commission Investment Fund budgets at the October 2023 business meeting. Those budgets were based on an estimate of federal funding for 2024. On June 21st, 2024, AmeriCorps announced round 2 of the 2024 funding for the Commission Support Grant and Commission Investment Fund. The actual Commission Support Grant federal funding decreased slightly from last year. It was $403,601 in 2024 and was $403,693 in 2023. Big difference. Round 2 allows commissions to use unexpended funds from 2023. Staff increased some line items to use the unexpended funds from 2023. Those are highlighted in green. Some items were reduced to reflect actual amounts for 2024. Those are highlighted in yellow. The Commission Support Grant is a one-time, you might need Jim to explain this to us. Commission Support Grant is a one-time 18-month budget from January of 2024 to June of 2025. However, many expenses are being moved to the Commission Investment Fund for the period of January 2025 to June 2025. So the Grants Committee has reviewed this and, is asking for the commission to vote and approve these changes. And anybody has questions? Jim is ready to explain.
Well, and should explain, because this is not just new for the new people, but also for the people who've been around for a while. This operational grant is typically a 12-month grant, and it's typically has been on a calendar year, so January to December. They're trying to shift it to what would be July to June. So that would sync up with the state fiscal year. In a lot of ways, it's going to make a lot of stuff much more easy for us. But in order to make that transition, they're doing just this 1 year, this operational grant and the next one that you'll see in a second. They're making those 18-month grants. So that's why they go from January of this year. So we're already halfway through June of 2025. But these expenses that are here primarily are just for the calendar year of 2024. Because they did something really unusual, is instead of putting 18 months worth of funding in this grant, they gave us 12 months of funding in this grant. And then they gave us the other 6 months of funding for this grant in the other grant. I'm sorry, that's confusing. It was very, very confusing to work up the budget. And you'll see when we get to the other budget, there's not just the 3 columns with the money, there's more columns. So anyway, this, even though the budget spending cycle is 18 months, the money presented here is just for 12 months.
Now, do we want to see the other one before we vote, so
Sure.
folks can see what?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
What
Before we switch over though, I'll just note out, so again, Eileen, when we originally drafted this budget back last year, again, because it starts in January. So this group approved the previous budget back in October. The amount here was that difference of like $90. So it went down by about $90 from what we had last year. They came back and said, here's your actual amount. The previous budget that you approved in October did not allow us to include any unexpended funds from 2023 because when we submitted the budget that year, 2023 wasn't over yet. So they don't allow us to estimate the carryover, it has to be actual carryover. So this budget now includes the carryover, and that's why we were able to go through and add money to different line items compared to the budget that you all approved in October.
Is it only this particular instance of federal fund allocations that are allowed to carry over? Or when we close our books at the end of an accounting year, do we have the potential to carry over funds, or do they go back to the state? Is it spend it or lose it, or do we keep it and roll it?
For the federal money or the state money?
However you'd like to answer that.
Okay. Well, for the state money, it's use it or lose it. I mean, they do appropriations on an annual basis, and you either use the money or you don't. For the federal money, all of these grants, the AmeriCorps program grants that are pass-through money, these 2 operational grants, which are primarily for use for the commission, for staff, supplies, your travel, these meetings. Those are also on 3-year grant cycles. They're all on 3-year grant cycles. So within that 3-year period, you can carry over unspent money from the previous year. Once you get to the end of the 3-year period, though, if there's any unspent funds, it goes back to Treasury. So we're currently this. So we're in the final year of these 2 operational grant cycles, 3-year cycle. So anything that's and again, they're 18-month grants. So instead of ending in December of this year, 2024, they actually don't end until June of 2025. So any money that's unspent in June of 2025 cannot be carried over into the next cycle because we're at the end of the cycle for these 2 particular federal grants.
So most of the increases reflected here then are as a result of that 66 carryover that was undefined when we approved the first version and we're using it up.
Yeah, so this is the other budget. So for this budget specifically, there was 77,000 that was unspent from the previous year, and so that got carried over, and that allowed for the green. So all of the commission investment fund expenses are in this single column that says KIF federal share. That grant does not require any match. The commission investment fund does require match. And that's that's why we've got the federal and then the match, and those two together add up to the total. And these are the sources of match that the commission is proposing for, or the staff is recommending that the commission include in its budget. Most of it comes from our state appropriations, and there's a few other lines where we have some other match. The KIF budget, the Commission Investment Fund, which is primarily for training and support of staff and programs. The Commission Support Grant, sorry, their names are very similar. So CSG, Commission Support Grant, is operational stuff. The KIF budget is exclusively for training and support. I mean, there is some staff support for Candace, and now that the Commission Support Grant also has to be included for 6 months, these two columns show that 6 months of funding that gets moved over January 25 to June of 25 are shown in these two columns, CSG federal, and then, sorry, it should say CSG grantee share. And again, almost all of this grantee share is our state appropriation that matches the federal money. And so we didn't reflect any carryover from the state, or sorry, the Commission Support Grant, because we can't carry that money over to this grant because it's a different grant. Even though we're proposing similar expenses, it's a completely different grant. So all of the carryover funds for Commission Support Grant have to be used in the Commission Support Grant budget. That makes sense.
Any questions?
Sorry, I'm completely full of questions. If you scroll back up, it looks like most of the green, which is the places where that 66 is being reflected, a lot of that.
Yeah, 77 on this budget.
77 on
Yeah.
that one, 66 on
Mhm.
the other one.
Yeah.
On the other one, I think is the one that I was looking at, it looked like the majority of those were going towards some type of staff support in terms of the larger amounts of dollars.
Oh.
And I'm just wondering if, like, in a narrative versus numbers, can you give me the story of how that works? So the bottom line is, I'm thinking that's wonderful for right now, but what happens since this is the end of the third year? Is there a staff position you were able to create that's a short-term position that'll go away? Are people getting pay at a rate that it's gonna get rescinded later? How,
Yeah.
if you were gonna use a few sentences instead of numbers, how would you describe how you're spending it?
So the short answer is the bulk of the funding for this budget is kind of staff expenses. So the amount that's carried over that we will not have the next time, what we would propose doing is a couple things. One is we would reduce other lines that we can reduce. So, travel, we would reduce that if necessary. We would reduce, there's not a whole lot of supplies, but we'd reduce that. Let's see. Some of these other things down in the other support costs, we don't have really any flexibility because we don't set those costs. In general, though, I would say I don't anticipate a problem in having that 66,000 not available at the end of the current year for a couple of reasons. One is our federal amount typically goes up a little bit each year. So it may go up from anywhere from 5 to 10%. We can't count on that, but typically it has gone up. And the state amount that's available for us also has, this is not the total amount that's available. This is like half of the previous fiscal year and half of the current fiscal year. And the current fiscal year amount has actually gone up. And so when we're able to have that full fiscal year, the total amount will be higher. And then we also have these items down here where we typically have cash match that we're not including in this budget because we don't need it. We already have enough match with these sources that are listed here. Because again, it's a dollar for dollar, and you can see we're a little bit over dollar for dollar, but not by much. So we've got other cash resources that we have on a regular basis that we can use to pay for expenses that we would need to use. So I don't anticipate it being a problem. The other thing is that we typically have some cost savings from staff vacancies, which we've had. Right now, we've had a vacancy for a couple months. So we won't be spending all the money this year. And again, that unfortunately, every year, we almost always have some sort of staff vacancy for a little bit. Not every year, but, and staff don't go anywhere. So I've just switched over budgets. This is the training budget. And again, these two columns, the commission support grant federal and grantee, they won't be there in this again. So this one is a little bit different in that there are some personnel expenses here, and that's a pretty big chunk. But most of the other expenses in this are related to training and travel and that kind of thing. And those are pretty easy to shift around and reduce and just not send people to things. So if we won't have this $77,000 available again next year, but we'll just reduce line items where we included travel and trainings and those kinds of things. Sorry, was that a?
No, that was very
Good
helpful.
answer.
I just always worry about how we prepare to come down off of an unexpected blessing, because when it doesn't last and you don't prepare for what that looks like, it can turn a positive into a negative. I think you explained it really well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Hey, so let's vote on the first one.
You need to do a motion.
Yeah, well, yeah, for the first one, the commission support grant budget revisions.
know if I needed to say anything.
What's the rest of it? Give it all to get in there.
Oh, yeah, okay, so you motion to,
Accept the CSG grant.
yes.
Okay.
As presented.
As
I
presented.
motion to accept the grant as presented.
Yeah.
I second.
When did motion become a verb? Yeah.
I make the motion or.
I make a motion, I made it.
Yeah. Sorry, I was an editor for a long time.
Okay.
Okay, Amy, we can do, Amy, if we could do a roll call vote, please.
All right, so we have a motion to accept the grant as presented by Captain Anita Buponzi, and a second, there were several, but the first one I heard was the one to my left, so a second by Lizette Lopez. And I'll do a roll call vote now. So George Bovee, Destiny Brown,
Yes.
Kim Carpenter Drake. Aye. Stephanie Davis. Nathan Farner.
Aye.
Terry Frank.
Aye.
Amy Gilliland. Aye. Katie Goforth. Aye. Rebecca Henderson. Andrea Hill. Holly Jones. Amy LaRone.
Aye.
Lizette Lopez. Aye. Greg Lyles.
Aye.
Lee Moten. Patricia Powell. Aye. Kane Reeves. Jason Scott. Terry Silver.
Aye.
Tracy Vanderway. Amy Walter.
Aye.
Betty White.
Aye.
Eileen Mullen.
Aye.
Yvonne Wood. Captain Anita Buponzi. Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
DeShonta Gleaton. Michael Hogan. Adam Jarvis.
Aye.
Carolyn Ledley. Heidi Lemming. Esther Reyes.
Same.
Nancy Shalane.
Aye.
Kendra Stewart, Jessica Youngbloom,
Aye.
and it passes.
Okay, one more. Okay, we now need to vote on the 2024 Commission Investment Fund budget revision. I'll read my notes here real quick since I didn't before. The actual Commission Investment Fund federal funding decreased very slightly from what was anticipated. The anticipated amount was 259,971, and the actual became 258,907. And see, I have actual. Oh, I see this, the commission support grant anticipated was 201,846. And the actual was 201,801. Round two allows commissions to use unexpended funds from 2023. Staff increased line items to use the unexpended funds from 2023. Those were highlighted in green. Some items were reduced to reflect actual amounts for 2024. Those were highlighted in yellow. This is also a one-time 18-month budget from January 2024 to June 2025. I assume we have no further questions.
I move to approve the 2024 Commission Investment Fund budget revision.
Very nice. Second. Everybody's getting tired. Okay, ready to go?
Yes, as soon as I capture all that, they can just all right, and guess what? Last box of votes on my sheets, I just. So we're gonna vote to accept the 2024 Commission Investment Fund, as recommended by the Grants Committee. Motion by Nathan, second by Katie. Roll call vote now. George Bovee, Destiny Brown,
Aye.
Kim Carpenter Drake. Aye. Stephanie Davis. Nathan Farner.
Aye.
Terry Frank.
Aye.
Amy Gilliland. Aye. Katie Goforth.
Aye.
Rebecca Henderson. Andrea Hill. Holly Jones. Amy LeGrone.
She's still showing on. She's still showing on the meeting.
Amy LeGrone. Lizette Lopez. Greg Lyles.
Aye.
Lee Moten. Patricia Powell. Kane Reeves. Jason Scott. Terry Silver. Tracy Vandevate. Good step away. Amy Walter.
Aye.
Betty White.
Aye.
Elaine Woolen.
Aye.
Yvonne Wood. Captain Anita Buponzi. Suzanne Carr.
Aye.
Shanta Gleaton. Michael Hogan. Adam Jarvis. Carolyn Ledley. Heidi Lemming. Esther Reyes. Nancy Shalane.
Aye.
Kendra Stewart. Jessica Youngbloom.
Aye.
And it passes.
Thank you, Eileen.
Yeah.
Great work there.
Thanks, everybody. for bearing with me.
We can vote on this or not, but I'm thinking we could grab lunch and then go right on into foundations. Candace?
Yeah.
Candace is going to give us the report of the Foundations of Service Committee. Alice?
So I'll be quick and sweet because I know that I definitely cannot replace Ms. Betty or any of my other fabulous members. But we would like to give a warm welcome to our respected Davis. I stole her. And I'm not ashamed. But we're happy. She has some awesome ideas that we are excited to meet with the group about. Our last meeting was in April, but just with the inclusion of Stephanie and then also our new awesome staff member, Anthony, we will be meeting again here within the next month. We take a little breather after the conference because with the Award of Excellence and everything, our ramp-up period is, it ends in March. So we met in April, we'll be meeting again pretty soon. Anthony will be helping out with Award of Excellence moving forward in Tennessee Serves. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Tennessee Serves is our volunteer. So I'll be helping to transition him in with the Award of Excellence, and with Award of Excellence, we are also looking for a local, like a local designer and a local person to do our awards, because last year we ran into the Chinese New Year. And it was just trying to get it here and trying to get it here on time. So Ms. Betty is looking for that. You guys know anybody that would be interested, that's local. We love to support local. So that's it. Also, Ms. Betty wanted to thank everybody who served between this last quarter. I know that Destiny Brown, thank you, Destiny, was able to award the award, and Ms. Betty was as well. But I do think that she wanted to implore you guys to do the championship.
Oh, I'm one too.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just trying to encourage people, if you want to quickly tell, especially for the new folks. Yeah, and how easy it is to submit something.
So, did you know, and also, just for example, awesome person, executive director that said an awesome nonprofit in your community, you go to that person and you are able as a commissioner to award them the check-ins. That's the quickest way to sort of, explain it. We have a certificate for your annual grant, take pictures, but they really just give them a kudos from us and thank you for your work that you're doing in the community. All of the supplemental resources are on your board page, the board website.
And it doesn't have to be somebody from AmeriCorps or it can be any volunteer in your area,
But a local nonprofit that I may know or I'm not.
For the change. So you guys know anybody?
Why don't you get it here and just write up a little blurb so we can publish that as well.
Thank you. So I have the Award of Excellence applications ready for distribution. We wanted to go ahead and have it ready before the schools actually start. So I am going to send that link over to Jim with the blurb for y'all's follow-up. If that's okay, yes. And then our action plan is here for everybody. Really, it's the start of the year, so we are hoping to work again with the communications committee. I just don't make the list today. That with the student volunteer committee, we can also make this meeting get the traction that we wanted to around summer. But I think with the inclusion of the team, Miss Volunteer Tennessee, and there's a couple of other strategic people that we can place, will really get our students involved in our process. I think that's it. Miss Betty didn't really express to me anything else that she wanted, but she is really passionate about championing the service, so I can't tell you guys that more. And I would have any questions.
What is your new timeline for this one?
I would love for it to happen within the next couple of months, but I don't want to rush it and lose its essence. So
That's all it.
we'll bring our new, especially because we're really great idea about the ambassador program, and I think the work files. So once we read it, we'll be able to report out as a retreat and what it looks like for this year or for other times.
Any questions for Candace and her team? Thank you, Candace. Nancy, would you like to jump in for strategic partnerships?
We are regrouping a little bit now that our staff person is Latifa. as opposed to Gordon, who I didn't know had left for Maryland, but, we, and did I hear this correctly, that Anthony is now going to be the person that's over the portal, the Tennessee Surf Portal, is it still you? Okay. And I know for myself, I was going to start to work with both, I had something unexpected come up and trying to get some traction there, in terms of
Navigation for the.
navigation, doing some emphasis on, food security, getting us, connected to other organizations such as MTA Cheese, which I've been up there and, maybe I need to work with Andrew in getting that request in, but there's still, when I say it's Volunteer Tennessee is still not represented there. And it's such a wonderful place for students to land and know that you all represented every single county for service opportunities. So I think that would be an easy fix. I know a lot of people over there, but maybe working with Anthony, I can help bridge that gap. Latika is actually working on the corporate social initiative, which is super exciting. And then Andrea and I are also going to be a part of that. And that's going to live within the Movie Partnership Committee. And I think that's going to be able to help us with some of these sponsorship responsibilities that we have for the GBSA. And I know that's underway. And I don't know, Latika, if you wanted to share I know you're reading just a little bit about where that's at right now to the rest of the folks. Is everyone aware? I know we have talked about it in the past, but I know Latika's made some headway on those together.
So I think last time we spoke with Andrea, there will be like a full update in October. But in general, so the Corporate Social Purpose Network, I don't know if folks are aware, there used to be, or there is a Corporate Social Purpose track at the conference. And over the last 3 years, we've been having conversations with businesses in the state of Tennessee, consensus if the network was something folks would want to be a part of. And they said, yes. So here we are, there is a council who's working on building out that network. There's about 10 major corporations, including Dollar General, Bridgestone, also Pinnacle. So those are a couple of the folks that are on the council. And right now they're building out what exactly the larger plan will be for the network, aka the agenda, goals and objectives. Recent thing that happened was the role that we executive committee. So we have an executive committee now, which is chaired by Obama, the company, and he's actually making it grown. And then also, Wade Monday is the director of social impact of record show. And there are a couple of offices. So that's one of the newest things that have occurred. And that, I think that's probably it. The executive committee is going to meet for the first time in a physical meeting on July 30th. If you are interested in the information that's happening, and actually a big part of that is a commercial purpose interview special series where we're hearing from HR professionals throughout the state on their challenges, the pillars associated with their work. And then hopefully that data we gathered will build out what exactly large networks will accomplish.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and there's just one other thing, there on our plan here, there was some emphasis on the emergency preparedness, and John had just come over and told me that there's gonna be some statewide training that'll be occurring, and I know that's part of our responsibilities. So he seems to be taking the lead on that, and that will help us accomplish that particular objective there. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Jason, board development.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy. And
So board development has been largely focused on working on the revision of our bylaws. for the benefit of the newcomers to the board and a reminder to everyone else. Gosh, I'm just blurs together, but, not too long ago, in the past, there was a unusual incident where, we had a board chair that kind of.
Not me.
Not you. Because of the similarity in title. That kind of unilaterally removed Jim from, not removed, but, created a situation where Jim left as executive director, and then this board ended up bringing him back immediately after, which then after that, there was a bit of a shift in the relationship that we have with finance and administration, we process payroll and provide staff support for the entities. So we got to looking at our bylaws with the intention of making sure that that type of thing doesn't happen again. And also to make sure that there's a bit more clarity in terms of the relationship between Volunteer Tennessee and finance and administration. And I think a lot of that probably came to light because of that situation, because you had bylaws that didn't have, they're basically, it was a mess. So, besides looking at bylaws, there's also a subcommittee looking at the executive order that created the commission, and they're working to submit something that will go to the governor to update that document. But that can be a longer, more protracted process in terms of getting approval. So in the short term, what we've been trying to do is clean up our bylaws, add some narrative elements in partnership with finance and administration and their legal department that offers more balanced description of like what is involved in bringing on board an executive and removing an executive, but also clarifying that that process is something that is integrated with the finance administration. So Jim has, I think, brought up the bylaws. A lot of the work that we did on the earlier part of the document has to deal with terminology, some cleaning up. The real hanging point comes a bit later in the document. There's a section that speaks specifically about the executive director. Okay, there it is. All that red, gigantic comments on the side. So this particular section, we labored on a lot because we were trying to strike a balance between having a narrative component that made sure that whoever is in the role of executive director doesn't have to worry about one individual kind of going off and removing them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But also clarifying, I think part of that process, clarifying the relationship with finance and administration as the state entity that we have been for many, many years connected to. And there was a lot of back and forth on that. There's some discussion with this that kind of pings off of the executive order. And there's some discussion that I think confused this a little bit about like directions we might go in the future. I think there was some talk about, I think there's like comps within the state where there are entities similar to Volunteer Tennessee that are kind of considered standalone and are not necessarily directly attached to another department. That there's some discussion around that. But earlier this year, we did meet with finance and administration and expressed in good faith that we would work to update our bylaws in the short term to clarify that, because as now that is how we are connected. There are a number of benefits to definitely consider with being attached to finance and administration. So I think we got slowed down a little bit by well, what if we want to do this? What if we want to do that? And then ultimately, in this section, a little red piece that says, Volunteer Tennessee may appoint and remove a full-time executive director who shall serve with the pleasure of the commission in collaboration with the Department of Finance and Administration. That is like the big epiphany, that, believe it or not, sentence. Ultimately, I think the philosophy behind changing that, I think what this does is there's also, let's see, there's a removal clause somewhere in there that we had. Yeah, the removal. Executive may be removed by 2/3 majority of voting members in attendance at regular meeting. So the conclusion we kind of came to was that having our commission's own standards for removal does not exclude finance and administration. We thought by putting intentionally putting it in the beginning indicates that everything that comes after is in conjunction with that. That just indicates that that type of action would not be initiated without that. And then if it was initiated, then it would be done in tandem with finance and administration. And my understanding from our last meeting was that that seemed to be an agreeable path forward from the legal aspect of finance and administration. And so, yeah, that's where we've come. We were kind of hoping that this would be something that we would have been able to present to y'all and something that we could have voted on so that we could move this forward and be done with it. There's other stuff to do. But we are so close. And I think today what we're really hoping to do is present it, discuss with folks if y'all have any questions about this that we can clarify. But ultimately, I think the hope would be that people would be able to review this, and then by our October meeting, we would be able to vote on it, update the bylaws, move on. And then in the future, if we want to discuss different types of like structural scenarios, we can look at that. The reality is there's some concern about changing this or like not, like by changing this, we'll have to go back. Like if we add finance and administration, we'd have to go back if it changed. But I suspect if we decided as a commission to like structure ourselves differently, we would still have to go back to the bylaws to change. So for now, based on the realities in play, this seems to be an agreeable route forward that met our commitment to finance and administration as a partner, as well as our commitment to Jim and whoever we would have in the executive director role, so that they don't have to like fear retribution or like some kind of arbitrary personal action.
And the ad hoc committee is working on the executive order, and depending on where that ends up, it may also require a revision of the bylaws. So, but that's a longer term. I mean, that may take a while longer. In the meantime, we need a document and operating. Yeah.
That was kind of what our thought was. There have been periods in the past where, you know, we'll put a slate of applicants to the commission up for approval. It can take sometimes months, sometimes we'll go a year and not have those approvals. So it's just, you know, it just kind of depends on what the timeline and the appetite for making those types of changes are. But we knew that this is something that we could take action on prompt and decisively.
And just to know, Lucian Geis, who's with the Finance and Administration Office of General Counsel, has joined. Lucian, feel free to, if you've got anything to add to what Jason just said, because he's been participating in those meetings with the Board Development Committee as they've been doing these revisions. And he now has the final version from the Board Development Committee and is taking kind of a close look just to make sure that the committee didn't miss anything as they were going through. So Lucian, I don't know if you have anything to add to any of that. Feel free to say no, because I can see you're traveling. Yeah.
I'll just mention that initially there was an interest in the board having the authority, the clear authority to hire and fire the executive director. And I caution that you may not have that authority under the executive orders. So we agreed to kind of clarify this language by saying that Volunteer Tennessee may appoint and remove, again, in collaboration with FNA. And the illustration was if 2/3 of your body want to terminate somebody, I would think the FNA would work with your board, with the commission, to effectuate that. But you don't have the mechanism or the ability to directly hire and terminate somebody who's a state employee employed by FNA at this time. But if you do change that in the executive order and clarify that, you could certainly do that. And I think you're moving in that direction. So I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all may have, but thanks for listening to my concerns and working with me a bit.
And I'll also note, she's coming up next after the ad hoc committee, but we also have Deputy Commissioner Leslie Farmer from the Department of Human Resources has also joined us. And again, she'll be saying more, but I just wanted to recognize that she's joined us as well.
Terry, did you have a comment or question?
I'm just curious. So you just said that the commission does not have the ability to remove the executive director without speaking to or conferring with FNA. Is the converse true as well?
Did you hear that, Lucian?
I didn't hear that very last ending.
So Terry, if you don't mind, I'll rephrase since I'm closer to it. So the question was, because the wording is that the commission would consult with finance and administration in the removal, is the converse true that the commission would need to consult with finance and administration in appointing an executive director or naming an executive director?
Yes, if that position becomes open, I think that it would be hired by FNA, and to the degree the commission wants to be involved in that, we would certainly take your considerations or your recommendations into consideration. But it would be a FNA employee, and FNA has that mechanism to hire and to terminate employees.
Is that more like administrative or, I mean, because we have had search committees on the commission and done interviews and reviewed. I mean, so the commission has actively been involved in that. You're not taking that away, are you? You're suggesting we take that away?
I'm involved in your searching and that hiring mechanism. I think that's part of the challenge of the current executive orders, that you're given the authority to hire staff within your budgetary limitations, but to effectuate the support for your staff as it is, FNA operationalize that through appropriations and creating positions in the budget that would support you. So our view is that Jim and his staff are FNA employees. But again, I understand you're trying to change that in the wording of the executive order.
Also, the language that we settled on, Volunteer Tennessee may appoint and remove both sides of it, the executive director, who will serve at the pleasure of the commission in collaboration. So I think it's just establishing it formally as a collaborative process. And I think about when the removal happened last time, I think having the clarified language in terms of like what our end of that looks like will help us in terms of identifying like, okay, we've taken this action, now is the time we can work with finance and administration to chart the path forward to the process.
Yeah, any comments or questions? where we're at with bylaws, Don?
I didn't see anywhere in here that it indicates that the executive director is a state employee, or that the staff members, I understand, are generated through FNA, and, you know, certainly FNA is responsible for them as the state. But do you need to add language in there? Because here it sounds in section 2 that the executive director may be appointed by a search committee with approval. But it makes it almost sound like you'd have to have someone who is in the private sector who's appointed. It does not indicate to me that this is actually a state, that ultimately a state employee under FNA.
Well, it does say in that section 2, under hiring protocols for employees of the state of Tennessee. So I don't know if that, I mean.
The reason I bring that up is because of the word may. It makes it sound like, well, we could appoint someone, FNA could appoint someone. It's not clear as to whether or not they're state employee. I'm just throwing that out there at a glance that I noticed that language. Just to look for you guys to look at, consider that.
I don't know, Lucian, if you have any input on that, or if you could hear the question. Essentially, I'll boil it down in case you couldn't hear. The question was that the bylaws don't specifically state that the executive director is a state employee, and whether or not that's necessary in the bylaws.
I think it says that in section 1 with the qualification, and then the appointment in section 2. It may not say it throughout there, but I would think FNA would work with you all to take your interest and your goals into account with that hiring. But I think the idea is that they are state employees with all of the benefits of state employment. Again, the executive order does authorize the commission to hire staff outside of that channel.
Right, then are you saying that the state of Tennessee can ignore the wishes of the commission in hiring an executive director and pick someone else?
Good question.
Lucian, did you hear that question?
Process the right answer for that. I think.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you heard it.
I think FNA has the authority to hire who it wants to, quite frankly. But in this situation, we have worked with you all closely, and I think we would hire who you would want to work with you, just as you've been involved in previous hires of the executive director.
But if the state had an objection to someone that was suggested or recommended or selected by the commission, the state could choose not to hire that person, correct?
I think so, yes, sir. I think that state law governs over these bylaws.
I'm not sure I understand that answer.
He said state law takes precedent over the bylaws. So, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think yes was yes.
So I suggest moving tonight. Also.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Don.
You look
Yeah,
like you.
Well, I have a question, but I also don't want to go too far in the weeds. I think the question is, I was thinking that commission members were a different kind of state employee, because like, are the positions
Commission members or commission staff?
Commission staff, sorry, were like a different type of state employee? Is that because think about the human resources person. When there's a position open with the commission staff, does that get posted on all the state websites and all that kind of thing? Or is it a different appointment kind of process?
Gotcha. So all of the Volunteer Tennessee staff are executive service.
Yeah.
As opposed to preferred service. And preferred service is the term that's now used for what used to be called
at will?
No. Executive service is at will. The preferred is the old, I'm forgetting the term. Civil service, yes. Yeah. Civil service is what it used to be called, but they changed it back a few years ago to, it's now called preferred service. So you have to, yes, for the civil service, you have to post, and there are requirements on how that's done and all of those kinds of things. And there are additional protections in terms of removing civil service employees But that's not what Volunteer Tennessee staff are, but that's not unique to state government. There are lots and lots of civil service and executive service throughout state government.
But that distinction makes some of the processes different than what you just might assume when you hear state employee, I guess is the only.
Yeah,
reason I
yeah,
was bringing
right.
that up.
I would know, I mean, they are FNA employees, they are state employees, they're just that classification of executive service. So the whole executive branch uses state or preferred and executive, depending on the classification of the employee.
Yeah, I'm an executive service employee.
She already on?
She's on, but do you want to move on to the ad hoc committee report?
Okay, yeah. Terry, would you like to report out on the progress? And then certainly Jason or, your team can jump in.
So you guys have a copy of what we've talked about so far. We've got all the way over to page 4 and talking front and back. You can see where it says restart here. So basically what we've met 3 times. We have a 4th one set for August. And as Jason has said, we hope we can have this finished and bring to you for voting in October. Basically what's done has been some amazing rewording. Thank you, Nathan and Code. Just with trying to get this so it's clearer. We've made sure the name, instead of Tennessee State Commission on National Community Service, is now Volunteer Tennessee throughout the document. We've made changes so that there's gender neutral language throughout the document. We've made sure that some of the names or some of the ex officio members that represent these areas are correct. Some of those have changed. If you look on page 3, we talked about, we made a couple of changes to the chair, the way that was worded, so that, again, as Jason said, we can avoid the situation that we had a while back, so that the commission, in coordination with the executive director, to supervise the executive director to complete the normal or the annual performance evaluation, excuse me. We have that language. And of course you can read it. And I highly, highly encourage everyone to read through both documents before October so that, we really can have a robust conversation about what's being changed in our updates. We are going to meet in August, and that's when we're going to tackle, that part about duties. And I am concerned. I'm seeing some of the bylaws that some of the quote and some of the comments that you have here. I really do think we need to have a very good, strong conversation about some of that wording and where we want to go. We're going to have to make that decision. I have some questions still, but I think once we get these documents updated, I think maybe we'll be able to have those conversations. Any questions about what you're reading there?
Can I ask for some of the new folks that are on, Amy or Debbie, the one here, can you briefly kind of explain, 'cause I know we've kind of got these 2 processes happening and they're similar, but they're not. Can you kind of explain that dynamic for people that may be, we're doing a bylaw revision and we're also talking about executive order and kind of, because I know it can be very confusing.
Yeah.
Well, and so the commission, you all, was established by executive order. There's really 2 options for how a state agency is created, either in statute or executive order. The executive order was originally signed in 1994 to create the commission. It initially attached the commission to the governor's planning office, and then that was for a short period of time, and then it was to then be attached to the Bureau of Children's Services, I think. I don't have it right in front of me, so look at the executive order original that's posted on the website, has all that. So that's kind of the starting point, is the executive order created the commission. That executive order, again, initially, actually the section that's up here on the screen. Again, originally, it wasn't the Department of Finance and Administration. It was the Governor's Planning Office for, I think, 6 months. And then after that, the Bureau of Children's Services, or something like that might not be the exact name, was to then provide administrative and staff support to the commission. Separately, at the end, there's the section that says that the commission has the authority to employ such additional support staff within budgetary limits as it deems necessary. So that those two things are slightly in conflict, because the one says, and this is the current version. The current version does say Department of Finance Administration because the executive order was revised in 2006. The main purpose of that was to change the name of the commission from the Tennessee Commission on National and Community Service, from Volunteer Tennessee. But it also made some other fixes, because at that time, the Governor's Planning Office, I think, didn't exist anymore. And certainly the Bureau of Children's Services, again, that might not be the right name. It had actually been transferred out of F&A, because both of those agencies were also administratively attached to Finance Administration. It had been moved out of Finance Administration, I think, to the Department of Children's Services. So that agency was no longer around anyway. And it made some other technical fixes, but again, the main thing was to change the name of the commission itself. And again, at that time, it kind of struck out those previous agencies and put in Department of Finance Administration to provide administrative and staff support. And again, that staff support part is where there's a little bit of conflict with the commission, then also having the authority to employ additional staff. So the bylaws, as Jason noted, were originally, the undertaking was to make a fix to specify how the executive director was removed. Subsequent, the issue of those two executive order clauses being in conflict was brought up. And so the Board Development Committee went back to the bylaws to make revisions to reconcile the bylaws with the current version of the executive order. And that's what the Board Development Committee has been doing. And separately, the ad hoc committee is focusing on revising the executive order to make changes to essentially clarify, well, there's some other changes in here too, but some technical fixes, but one would be to clarify that the staff of the commission are staff of the commission, and that the commission itself is still administratively attached to Finance Administration, but that the commission itself would have the appointing authority, is what the title is in state statute, the appointing authority to employ staff. So the commission then at that point would have the authority to employ its staff and to make those kind of decisions that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Jason, is that? I'm sorry, I'm looking at you and saying Jason,
Yeah, no,
but
Yeah, no,
Nathan, I'm sorry.
no, I think that's perfect. Yeah, so I think just that idea of like, we've got this conversation about the bylaws, which are really the in the moment present fix to make sure the two documents match.
Yeah.
If we then, through this ad hoc committee, present to the group and an executive board moves forward, that is ultimately approved and blah, 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 then we'll need to go back and again revise the bylaws for the new executive order. So it's kind of the chicken and the egg situation a little bit.
Correct.
So, correct.
Thank you.
Terry, sorry, did you have anything else that you wanted?
Sorry.
No, did you have anything else that you wanted?
No, I just want to finally encourage everybody to read these two documents as they're posted so that you'll have in your mind some questions and some comments to make, because we will be voting on these in October.
Well, we're
If
gonna,
we're done.
yeah.
And we will be done.
I love that. I love it. Thank you.
Can I real quickly ask a question on page 4 on that new section 6 that you were talking about? On that language, it talks about that Volunteer Tennessee is authorized to accept funds and in-kind services from other state and federal entities. Can we also, in addition to in-kind services, accept donations? And if so, would those be available or could we accept from the private sector and individuals? And by the private sector, I mean, some of these companies that are involved with the corporate social purpose might want to donate to Volunteer Tennessee, but does that conflict with state law? Can we accept donations? And the reason I'm asking that is selfish is because for CERT, I know there's a lot of companies out there that I have talked to. They say, hey, we'd love to donate to you. Here's X number of thousands of dollars. Think of that $1 million donation that we were able to get. I was just helping as a pass-through directly to the programs within Tennessee. Maybe they would just like to donate it to us and then, I don't want to warehouse anything, but if they donate it to us, we make arrangements to then distribute it. But I'm not sure how that works, and I'm not sure whether or not that would need to be addressed in here to add the word donations and also add whether or not you can accept from the private sector or whether that conflicts with state law.
They can donate through Friends of Volunteer Tennessee.
Yes, they can.
If they want to check a tip letter, they probably need.
So if I have somebody that says, okay, I'm going to donate 100 backpacks for a certain program, could it go to Friends of Volunteer Tennessee? And then we pass them out?
So I would suggest that we don't go down that rabbit hole, because
Okay.
the committee hasn't gotten to that section yet.
Oh, I thought that.
And it would need some input from legal counsel on those questions. So I'd say if you don't mind, let's table that discussion for right now. Because I think we're at the point where we need to turn to our guest.
Okay, I would like to introduce Deputy Commissioner Leslie Farmer from the Department of Human Resources. It's going to give a summary on what is necessary for the commission to have authority to employ staff, which is one of the points of question or contention. So I would love to have to hear from Leslie. Welcome, Leslie. Thank you, Leslie.
Well, hey, good afternoon. I think some of the things that you have to do or think about when employing staff is making sure that the language is very clear. In there, as I was speaking with Jim and even Lucian, I think one of the things you have to look at is how other boards and commissions have done. I know that y'all are a little bit unique, but we do have boards and commissions, some that are administratively attached to an agency and some that are independent. So for those that are independent, it's very clear language in there, and examples of those boards or commissions would be like the Tennessee Human Rights Commission, the Commission of Children and Youth. One that was brought out from an agency is the Bureau of Workers' Comp. They used to be attached to Department of Labor and Workforce Development. By statute, they were separated to their own agency within state government. So examples like those is very clear in the language that these are independent agencies within state government. Granted, their employees are still state employees. If you're not wanting them to be state employees, then I think the way you're set up right now, they wouldn't be if they, were with the commission. But if they were state employees, it would have to be set up as an independent state agency from that standpoint. One of the other commissions that I shared with Jim in conversations was the Tennessee Historical Commission. They are administratively attached to Department of Environment and Conservation. And I think that may be a similar setup to kind of how y'all are right now. I know that in some instances that executive director has the authority to employ staff. But I think ultimately part of that agency, it is under the direction of the Commissioner of Environment and Conservation. So similar to Finance and Administration. So it would be, looking at the language from the different agencies or boards and commissions of how they are set up, looking at their duty and authority to hire and fire or employ staff, including that executive director. So, for example, with um, children and youth or Human Rights Commission, that board hires their staff. In some instances, some of them are approved or appointed by the governor. So it really is going to depend upon how you all set it up, working with, F&A, legal, and how y'all, decide to set it up for your commission. I didn't know if y'all had any, specific questions to ask, but it is, going to vary of how the language is set up for an independent agency. I can pull up some language of how, for instance, the Tennessee Human Rights Commission is set up, and that's in Tennessee Code Annotated 4-21-201. And, they basically have language in there, how the commission is set up, the length of term of the commissions, probably how you currently have in your bylaws or any other duties. And it also talks about the powers and duties of the board, making it very clear on how that board is set up.
And I have the citations that you gave me back in May. I've got those. I can share my screen if that would be helpful, so that everybody can see. I don't think I have that one, the one you were just mentioning. But I do have the language that is in the Historical Commission, the Bureau of Workers' Comp, and then the Second Look Commission. I've got those. I don't know if you're able to see that.
Yes, I'm able to see those.
Okay.
So granted, if you look at, say for instance, the main definition of, at the beginning of how Jim has it for what an appointed authority is. So for us, appointed authorities can be a commissioner, meaning a cabinet member, or it could be the executive director of a board or commission. Here, for instance, the Historical Commission, he or she has the authority as that director to carry out the programs, but it has been transferred and attached to the Department of Environment and Conservation. So I know they have their executive director. They do use the Environment and Conservation staff as support from HR, from finance. They kind of do a lot of things for them, but I think that executive director still has a lot of input on the staff that they have, because again, it's separate from support staff. These are actual staff members of the commission.
One of the questions was autonomy with support, administrative support versus a state entity being completely controlling a department. I'm not saying it right. Autonomy plus support versus complete control over staffing. I'm not saying it right. Sorry.
I
Anybody
think
help me?
probably Board of Workers' Comp would probably fit in what you're talking about. So for example, the Bureau of Workers' Comp, they were separated from Department of Labor and Workforce Development, where that executive director is autonomous in the support of staff. So they have for example, a memorandum of understanding with our agency, Department of Human Resources, to provide HR support. I think they may have their own finance. I don't recall, But I know that's one example of where they are completely autonomous from Department of Labor and Workforce Development in how that executive director employs staff.
And I have that section of the TCA pulled up on the screen too. That's one of the citations that you gave me back in May. And so I've copied that language into what's on the screen.
And just for clarification, there's a question. So when we're talking about reading that word autonomous unit, right, like that, we're talking about state statute, not executive. As opposed, is that correct? Like the two processes would be, is that accurate? In order for something to become an autonomous unit, that state statute, if it's within an existing agency, the executive order. Is that correct or am I mistaken?
So there's two options. One is to pursue all of this through executive order, which the ad hoc committee is doing right now. Separate from that, the commission could pursue state statute and either get all of this stuff in state statute as still being administratively attached, or being a completely independent agency like Commission on Children and Youth, or there's several independent agencies that aren't administratively attached to any other agency. They're kind of freestanding independent agencies. So based on my conversations though with Deputy Commissioner Farmer and Lucian, my understanding is that it's possible to use language similar to this in the executive order that would clarify that the commission is just attached to the Department of Finance Administration for administrative matters only, while also including some of that language about staff that would make it clear that the staff or the staff of the commission, while the entire commission is still administratively attached to the department. Is that correct, Deputy Commissioner Farmer?
Correct. Yeah, it would have to be clear language in there, showing that, distinction. So, for example, with Bureau of Workers' Comp, in statute, and granted, I know that y'all are probably not looking at statute, but they talk about the independence of the Bureau from the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. And the executive director for the Bureau of Workers' Comp is appointed by the governor, and they have, the length of term in there, say how long they can serve for term. So in there, for example, Tennessee Code Annotated 43-1409, subsection C, it says the administrator of the Bureau of Workers' Comp shall be appointed by the governor for a term of 6 years. They can't serve no more than 6 terms, and the service of more than half of the 6 terms shall constitute a full term. So they go into that language just to really talk about how that person is, appointed, how they can be removed, what happens if there is a vacancy. So it's very clear language in there.
Real quick question. Amy made an observation, but for the historical commission, there's a note on there that says that there's a memorandum of understanding with TDEC, which is the administrative agency that provides specific services. It looks like that MOU is what clarifies that relationship. Would that be another alternative instead of altering the relationship totally, having an MOU that clarifies the relationship?
Well, their MOU. Yeah, sorry. So I spoke to Patrick McIntyre, who's the executive director of the Historical Commission, and that memorandum of understanding is in addition to that language that gives the commission kind of its own appointing authority, even though it's still attached to the Department of TDEC, Environment and Conservation. So they set up that memorandum of understanding just to make it really clear, crystal clear what services were being provided as that administrative support. Because administrative support is kind of amorphous and they wanted it to be really clear. So they did that MOU. And so he gave me an example of some of the things that are included in that MOU as the services that TDEC is providing to the Historical Commission. Yeah, so that could be something that would be helpful, but the executive order would have to go through and get signed first. Yeah. Destiny, you have your hand up?
Hey, yes, I do. As we're considering these options, I wanted to ask, have we also considered and discussed how this impacts the benefits of being a state employee? And so, there are pros on this, like pay for performance, benefits, health benefits, mental benefits, and all that. Have we considered, like, if we make those changes, how that impacts not only the executive director, but all those else who are benefiting from this opportunity at the moment?
Well, my understanding is that I don't think anybody's suggesting that we no longer have staff be state employees. The question is how it's delineated within the executive order of who actually has the authority to hire those state employees. I think that's kind of the clarification questions. Like, again, right now, those two clauses that we looked at earlier are a little bit in conflict, where one says that the Department of Finance Administration shall provide administrative and staff support, and the other one that says the commission has authority to hire employee staff. And clarifying that, again, to make it clear that it's the commission that is the appointing authority and that is employing the staff while still being administratively attached to the Department of Finance Administration, similar to the way the Historical Commission is administratively attached, or the Bureau of Workers' Comp that is administratively attached to Labor and Workforce Development. So again, those two agencies are still attached to other departments, but they have autonomy over their staff and authority over their staff.
All three of the samples that are on the screen that are organized very differently, all three of them are organized separately. They're all state employees. They're just
yes, that's right. Yeah, they're all state employees. Destiny, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Do you have any questions from anyone else? That clarification we need while we have Deputy Farmer on?
I'll ask one. Deputy Commissioner Farmer's been around a lot longer. Were these entities in similar positions where they wanted the autonomy, or what other pros or cons have they experienced too? Because we're looking at entities that have broken away from being under agencies. We've also had some entities that have tried to get attached to state agencies. So I think it goes both ways. What's been some of the historicals on why one would break away and what pros and cons that would bring?
I don't know if I can answer that question. I have, when these were all created, whereas before I was definitely in this role, so I don't know the reason behind it or the why. I know at least because, granted, since I've been in my role, the agency that has, joined with the state agency was Aging and Disability, as y'all know, that joined by statute with Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities to become the Department of Disability and Aging. But I would think for most employees within those agencies, one of the things that we have, wanted to ensure was that it's no impact. I know we've had some breakaway. For example, there was a group of staff within Department of Commerce and Insurance that moved to the Attorney General's office. So for those employees, and that was done by statute, some of them I believe may have been preferred service that moved to the legislative branch, the judicial branch in the Attorney General's office. So for those are all executive service employees, and I know y'all had that discussion earlier. So it was kind of an awareness statement to those employees, and also letting the employees know that they, will be no impact granted outside of any, performance or conduct issue that would occur. We also had within this past, maybe 2 years ago, a group from Department of Health that moved to the Health Facilities Commission. So again, that same concept where you try to avoid any impact to staff. Granted here, I think the only staff may be the executive director. I don't think that there's any other staff. But again, when we're looking at staff transferring, whether creating an independent agency, they're at the will of that appointing authority to those who transfer to another one. Definitely try to make sure if they are not at will, meaning they're in the preferred service, try to make sure that there's no impact, or if they're moving from the preferred service to executive service, making sure they have that awareness statement there that they're moving to an at-will position and what that, would mean or impact to that employee. And then they would have the determination, okay, am I going to move? And if they choose not to, then again, that agency will look to see, okay, what other avenues, or is there another position I can transfer that employee to, or something like that. So, things like the Historical Commission, Bureau of Workers' Comp, those all occurred before I got into my role. So I'm not totally sure. I believe with Bureau of Workers' Comp, there was no impact to staff. I believe they kept all the same staff that they had. I know, I think that may have been the same for Historical Commission. I would have to talk to those agencies just to make sure what impact, may have occurred or that they did have.
Thank you.
That's a good question. I think it would be a good thing to talk with these people and ask them, like Patrick and Troy.
Yeah. No, so I've spoken to Patrick McIntyre, and again, they're still administratively attached, so they are not an independent agency. In the terms of like the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth is independent. It's not attached anywhere in state statute. It is an independent agency. So I've talked to him, and again, they're attached. So it's talking in reference to being attached to another agency. We talked about that and some of the challenges of that. And that's when he brought up the issue of the MOU that was really helpful to really clarify the relationship and what exactly the department was doing to provide administrative support. I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone at the Bureau of Workers' Comp yet. I've talked to Richard Kennedy, who's the executive director of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. I've known him for over 20 years. So I've talked to him a lot in the past years about, challenges that they faced and how we're structured and how they're structured. But I also talked to him specifically about kind of these kind of issues because the Second Look Commission is attached to them. So they have their own attached commission within the Commission on Children and Youth. So I talked to him about that and about kind of some of the pluses and minuses of, sorry, let me share my screen. The pluses and minuses of being an independent agency. He doesn't really have the context of being administratively attached because I think the entire time he's been with state government, he's been at the Commission on Children and Youth, which has been that entire time an independent agency. So he can't really speak to, the difference between being attached versus being independent, but he can certainly talk about what it is like to be an independent agency. So I've talked to him about the pluses and minuses of that. And then in the handouts that were posted for today, there is this potential structures document that a previous chair asked me to put together with just some kind of big picture overview. it's labeled as unofficial because this has not gone through any committee. It hasn't been reviewed by, I mean, it's been presented to the commission multiple times, but not as in terms of being adopted or any of that kind of stuff. So just know that this is just kind of a working document of some potential pluses and minuses, and it goes through talks about the current structure, current structure challenges, and then possible options, including some of the things that we've already been talking about today. We're staying exactly where we are, exactly as we are with the current executive order with no changes. Continuing to be administratively attached through executive order, but changing the executive order to make some of the staffing stuff clear is another option. And then, so those things are kind of the cost challenges, the pros and cons are kind of briefly laid out. Again, this is just a summary document. It is not exhaustive, so there are very likely many more benefits and challenges that would be associated with any of these. But the final option is also potentially looking at becoming an independent agency in state statute, similar to the structure of, or the same as the structure of the Commission on Children and Youth. So, but that would require state statute. There's no way, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Deputy Commissioner Farmer, there's no way that I'm aware of that the commission could be established as a completely independent agency through executive order. That, to my knowledge, has to be done through state statute. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any via executive order. I've only known it via statute. So I think that's probably the cleaner way. I'm not aware of any by executive order.
Right. Well, and my guess, I mean, I certainly am not speaking for the governor, but my guess is that the governor probably would not want to create a completely independent agency through executive order, that the governor, regardless of what governor it is, not just this governor, but any governor would, in my opinion, most likely want to go through the General Assembly to set up a completely independent state agency. So even if it's technically possible, my guess is that it wouldn't happen. So becoming completely independent, in my opinion, would require state statute. So, and we don't have time really, I don't think, to get too deep into the weeds on this document, but if anybody wants to talk through some of this stuff, we can certainly do that while we have Deputy Commissioner Farmer with us. Yeah.
I have one question, and it's not about any one particular one. We haven't really talked about budget stuff, but how does any of this impact, but not budget in terms of dollar amount, but like process? It's like whose budget? What does that look like?
So the state budget process is the state budget process, and that is not going to change just because Volunteer Tennessee changes its structure. That budget process is what it is, right? I mean, it's
yes, the process is what it is. I think the benefit, and I mean, we would probably be good to check with some of the ones that Leslie has pointed us to, but because Volunteer Tennessee's budget is under FNA's budget, trying to think how I word this since
I think that was more my question is, are we now directly having to advocate for how, like, does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
We internally, Jim and team, and actually he just got, this request the other day. They put together their ask and it goes through FNA, and FNA puts together a whole budget packet that would include Volunteer Tennessee. And then that packet kind of moves its way through the budget process. What I'm trying to say is that seems to go easier when you are with a larger entity and if you can kind of roll those things up, if you will, whereas those commissions, for lack of better words, and I don't mean this, their work is important, but sometimes they're forgotten because the cabinet level agencies chew up the most budget, if we're being honest, and the commissions.
Yeah. So that's a great question. So in terms of the budget impact, that's part of kind of the costs and challenges. In general, just based on kind of a cursory review of where we are now versus what additional potential costs we would have, is we would probably either come out neutral or potentially save some funding by being an independent agency. And the primary reason for that is because, and this is not a shot against FNA, it's just the truth. right now we pay them to do all of our accounting work. But there's a provision in state statute that does centralized accounting for independent agencies. And that is taken out of a completely separate line item in the state appropriations and does not come out of the budgets for those agencies. So it's not for free because taxpayers of Tennessee are paying for it, but it's not coming out of those agencies' budgets for their accounting work, which would be a significant cost savings for Volunteer Tennessee if it were to go that route. Now, there would be potentially some other costs that would offset the amount of cost savings from that. So again, it would probably either be kind of a net zero or maybe a slightly positive impact. But again, this is all just kind of, these numbers haven't been jumped into in depth. If the commission is interested in looking at separating through state statute, my recommendation would be the Department of Finance and Administration has a customer-focused government group that essentially does consulting work. And the commission could ask that group to look at this issue of becoming an independent agency and have them dive into the numbers and do a cost benefit analysis and all of that kind of stuff, which would be at a much more detailed level than I can provide because they've got expertise in a lot of different areas.
So something that I feel like this discussion feels bigger, kind of existential. And I feel like this discussion sometimes distracts from the things that we're doing right now, because like if we're trying to update the bylaws, this gets into like the future of our existence, whether we're an independent agency. And we haven't done that work, right? Like we haven't. And so like I worry that kind of like bringing this in at some points kind of distracts and makes it less clear what we're trying to accomplish with the bylaw, the executive order revision. Because then it's like, are we trying to nail that down before we submit the executive order revision? Or are we trying to eliminate inconsistency and get things set up? I can also appreciate that, the executive order process might be a longer one and maybe harder to go back to again shortly after the change. But I just don't feel like we've done that work to really say, let's change anything, I just don't think we're positioned like that. So I think it's important, like if we're trying to get this executive order done, that like the focus of it beyond clarifying the relationship with finance and administration. And if we want to move forward with this, that could be the thing that we plan for in our work plan for like, okay, let's take the year and let's work with the customer focused government aspect, and let's do the study and let's hear from different people just so that we're better informed about it. But just in the short term, I think getting something together that cleans everything up, allows us to kind of move forward. And then this could be a project that we opt into as we consider kind of the existential nature of, I think, this particular question.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, because no work has been done on this part. And in terms of like just brutal realities, if the commission wanted to explore this independent agency option soon, you'd need to be working on it right now.
Yeah.
Because the legislative packages are already being prepared to go to the General Assembly that starts in January. I know it's still months away, but they're already getting that stuff together. So yeah, so the commission would have to essentially have started doing it yesterday to start preparing the language and getting sponsors and all of that stuff that goes along with that. So, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think it's possible to get that before this upcoming General Assembly that starts in January of 2025. I mean, I generally consider myself to be an optimistic realist. So I have optimism that things will work out well, but I also am a realist that and understand that things often don't. So, I agree that I don't think we're in a place where this can happen at the next General Assembly. But that doesn't mean that the commission can't be looking at it at the same time it does some of these other things, because this work of this part, if the commission wants to do this, really would probably end up being a year-long process just to figure it out. And then you have to go to the General Assembly. And so that would mean a year from now, you would have to be having that legislative package ready next summer to then go into the General Assembly session that starts in 2026. And that wouldn't take effect until July of 2026, because that would be the next fiscal year, and any legislation passed would almost certainly say that it takes effect beginning July 1 of 2026. I mean, that's my general assessment of what that timeline would look like.
The only aspect I would add is that's also getting really close to an election.
Yeah.
And sometimes they like to push out even after another, so yeah. Everything changed.
Deputy Commissioner Farmer, do you have some other thoughts? Because while we have you, or things that we need to be thinking about or looking into?
No, I don't have anything additional to add.
We thank you for your making yourself available and clarifying some things for us in your time today.
I think she's frozen on my screen. I'll switch her up so that you guys can just wait. But I think she's frozen. But
and I do want to thank Lucian for being on the call as well to help clarify a few things too. And he's been working with us all along and really, a good listening and thinking and working with us. So we appreciate that too. Thank you, Lucian. Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
Hey, at this time, I'm going to do a call out for any public comments about our meeting or any of our discussions or questions. Anybody?
We didn't get anybody who requested to make comments within the 2 days prior to the meeting, and it looks like the one and only guest that we had has dropped off. So I don't think we have.
Okay, well, I just want to see if there are any final questions or comments or ideas that we need to be thinking about working towards. I want to remind everybody that the retreat is October 10th and 11th. Do we know what part of Tennessee it's in? Not yet. We're working on it, right? You can use this QR code to do a survey for the meeting, or Jim, you'll send a link, right? And then, Jim, do you have any other final thoughts or comments?
Well, just apologize, I thought I had it open, but I don't. The travel form. Let me open that right now. Apologize for that. Okay. So for those of you who want travel reimbursement, you should have, use this as an example, you should have a form in front of you. If you will fill out just the parts that are highlighted in yellow, So you would put in the far left column, the date, where you left from, and you can either put your city. City is probably fine. If you want to write out the address, that's fine too. But the city you left from, the time you left approximately, and that you arrived in either Nashville, or you could put United Way offices or something like that. So where you left. I don't think we had anybody that came in yesterday, did we?
I did, but
You did, okay.
I just stayed on hotel points.
And Stephanie, you did as well? Okay, yeah, so you'll have additional lines, so you'll have yesterday for your travel in, and then you'll have, today travel from the hotel to here, and then today from travel to here to back home. So you'll have 3 lines. The rest of you should just have 2, your travel from wherever you came from this morning to here. And then the second line would be from here to wherever you're going. It doesn't have to be home, but wherever you're going to next, put that city or that address. And that's all you need to put there. And then at the bottom, if you will put your name, the last 4 of your social, we don't need the whole thing, just the last 4 of your social, your address. And then on the bottom right, if you will sign it, and then the date is actually on the line below the signature line. So if you'll sign and date it, staff will go in and use the standard state mileage rates from between various cities, because we have to use that, or we have to do a point to point with a map attached. So anyway, it's too much trouble for you guys to worry about. Just put that in there. If you want to donate your travel as in kind, it's totally up to you. Yeah, you can do that, and that can count towards the giving that we were talking about earlier to get to 100% giving. In that case, in that middle section right under where it says Volunteer Tennessee Commission meeting, if you'll just write in-kind donation. And so staff will go ahead and calculate the value of your travel, and we'll count that towards your in-kind giving for the giving, just in general. But the other thing is, don't write anything else in the area kind of in the top right, because again, we'll have to use the standard state rates and all that kind of stuff, and we'll put that in for you.
Don had a little surprise for us today while we're working on this.
Reminder, these are yours. Hey, I'm not putting them back in my car. Take them home. Everybody at least take 1 box with you. If you steal 2, I won't be looking, no worries. Stop by this table on the way out. Learn how to be, if you live near Nashville, be ready in Nashville. If you're a state employee, all of you should have gotten these a long time ago, but you probably lost them because the magnets drop off on the back. So make a long story short, take a look at brochures as well. See you in October.
Thank you, Don. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So does anybody have any other questions or comments?
I did have one, Amy.
Yes.
I know Amy Gillen brought up it'd be nice for commissioners to be in the know on the different things that are happening with our programs. We do have a Team Tennessee newsletter that you can be added on to. It has like the program spotlight, updates of the programs that are very specific to programs, like deadlines. And if you'd like to add it, just let us know.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you.
And if you're not registered to get the newsletter, please go on the website and click send you the newsletter.
Yeah.
And we'll be reaching out for the conference and the sponsor packs that we have coming up this year. So if anybody wants to serve for our conference.
All right. Thank you for those shout outs. I just want to say this is an amazing team, and it's an honor and privilege for us to be doing the work we're doing. And I just want to thank Volunteer Tennessee. I want to thank the Volunteer Tennessee staff for all their hard work and helping organize everything and having it prepared so we can be efficient when we do and productive at our meetings.
This will be given away at the October meeting.
One last thing, courtesy of Amy Gilliland, Volunteer Tennessee produced this book back in 2001. It was the International Year of the Volunteer, and so Volunteer Tennessee went through a really lengthy process to gather stories of volunteerism from across the state. If you would like this, Amy has agreed to donate it, so just come up after we're done, and whoever gets to me first, it's yours.
Think about it, was it kind of the origin of the Governor's Volunteer Service Awards in some way?
The Governor's Volunteer Stars Awards kind of came out of this wanting to document.
There, it feels a great book.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, I will share.
Snooze, you lose.
Let me know.
Thank you. Well, thank you again. I think we're ready. We need a motion to adjourn.
So
Motion. And a second. Okay, I think we got it. Did we get it?
Who got
I think Adam was first. Jason was second.
Okay, I'm adjourning the meeting. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you. If you all will, make sure you bring your cards to me, and I'll put addresses and stamps on it and get them in the mail.
thank you.
Thanks to everyone online.
I have mine, but I listened to them all.
Oh, okay.
Question, go ahead.